Andiamo? Care colleghe e cari colleghi.
Dear colleagues, Minister, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, first of all I wish to thank everybody for being present at this conference established by Article 13 of the Fiscal Compact. The presence of so many participants bears out the importance of holding the first of the plenary interparliamentary meetings to be held during the semester of the Italian presidency of the Council of the European Union, focusing it on the issues which are at the root of the most pressing concerns of citizens. I think we will all agree on the need and the real urgency to find adequate and effective responses to the economic and financial crisis which has beleaguered us since 2008, and which the European Union is finding it very difficult to find an exit from. A few days ago, the Chamber hosted a Lectio Magistralis from Professor Stiglitz, Nobel laureate for economics, which focused on the difficulties which European economies are facing and the possible remedies to a crisis which is dangerously taking on the features of a true deflationary phase. In this context, which is particularly worrying, what is particularly worrying is the skepticism which is increasing and which often leads to forms of loss of confidence in the future on the part of the younger generations who are finding it increasingly difficult to find jobs and to acquire the necessary skills to strengthen the human capital, which is a essential factor alongside innovation for development. And so I wonder how it is possible that Europe can look on without acting on the predicament of so many men and women who see them deprived of jobs, so many young people who have to postpone their life plans because of the impossibility of finding decent work. Inequality and social malaise are growing. The increase in protest votes in recent European elections is one of the clearest signals of it. A large sector of European citizens sees Europe as a cause of the crisis rather than a decisive factor for its solution. This is a trend which is visible both in countries which have been most hard hit, where the lack of confidence in Europe is being translated into a delegitimization of European institutions, as well in countries which are in better conditions, where there are still openly expressed Eurosceptic feelings, which therefore jeopardizes one of the key points of Europe, the solidarity between member states. The crisis, which originated from severe dysfunction in the financial system, has now spread to the real economy. The constraints of the Growth and Stability Pact have led, particularly inside the euro area, to the adoption of policies which were based on rigorous austerity by containing public expenditure and increasing fiscal pressure. This has led to a squeeze on investments, which are essential for relaunching the economy and modernizing it. The overall fall in demand has also led to an increase in unemployment and precarious employment in some member countries. Cuts to public expenditure have led to sacrifices which have been at times unbearable and have scaled down some essential services, starting from the healthcare sector. We need to be realistic, dear colleagues. The goals of increasing employment and reducing poverty established in the 2020 European strategy will be very hard to reach. Those goals were based on expectations of much better growth rates, whereas at more than 5 years from the outburst of the crisis, Europe remains among the wealthier economies, the area which has the lowest growth rates. An exception is countries which are not part of the euro, starting with the United Kingdom and Poland. So faced by certain data, one cannot avoid asking oneself about the effectiveness of the European strategies which so far have been implemented. The economy is not governed by unavoidable or neutral laws. It should be borne in mind. Political decisions can make a difference on events which concern economic development and the quality of life of persons. It's time for politics to return to exercise its function resolutely and for it to undertake a thorough analysis of the basic reasons for this crisis, and that it commits itself to removing these causes, turning a new page compared with the policies so far implemented. It is not a matter of questioning the commitment to shore up public finance. Public finance always need to be administrated rigorously and responsibly, because this is the money of our citizens. In my opinion, dear colleagues, the fact we need to start from is, however, the asymmetry which has marked European policies in recent years. If on the one hand, through the rules of the Stability Pact and the beginnings of the banking union, work has been done to contain debt, it's also clear that no common strategies have been implemented, no adequate policies have been implemented for growth and the recovery of competitiveness. The policies which have been implemented by Europe focus essentially on better functioning of markets, reducing to a large extent any measures to support income, whereas the individual member states have been left to implement measures to promote growth solely on the national level. The problem, however, is to identify a common response to the challenges of globalization and the increased international competition, so as to allay the risk that Europe overall is put on the sidelines of international economic dynamics, even though unless some people believe that they can cope on their own, under the delusion of being able to face up to giants like China outside the European Union. So substantially, Europe has properly focused on stability, but not enough on growth. The Italian semester of Italian presidency occurs in a very important phase of renewal of a number of European institutions, European Parliament, the Commission and the European Council. This coincidence may find itself useful for fostering a debate, the most wide-reaching debate possible, involving European citizens and not just academics and political institutions, on the best strategies to bring the project of European integration up to date. A recovery in the integration process can only start from the economic dimension, because without growth and without a growth which is based on fairness and the efficient use of resources, Europe is destined to undergo a sad decline. It is a difficult task which needs to respond to the climates of competitiveness without giving up the models of social market economy which are specific to Europe and which need to be brought into line with current requirements, but certainly not relinquished, since internationally they are an acknowledged model for emerging economies too. Colleagues, working to bring worn-out paradigms up to date is a sign of vitality which will stimulate the commitment and the creativity of all of us. Many have raised the issue of whether it is convenient for Europe to continue in opening up markets which may give greater benefits to non-European markets and actually undermine some essential services for citizens. As an example, I'd like to recall the concern many of it expressed with regard to the Trading Services Agreement. On these issues, Parliament can exercise a central role because they are for debate and for transparent exchange of views between positions which may be very distant from each other. Colleagues, the discussion we'll be holding over these 2 days of proceedings in view of the quality of the participants will be extremely useful if it deals directly with the most critical issues which afflict European economies without any fear of bringing up discordant opinions, but working on the common need to place the topic of solid and fair growth at the centre of European initiatives. And before I conclude, I wish to remind all of us that the issues which refer to the operations of the conference will be the subject of a major debate which will not end here, but which will see its conclusion here in Rome at the conference of Presiding Officer of Parliaments of the European Union in the spring 2015. And therefore I wish you a very fruitful meeting, and once again I thank all those present for the contribution to the debate I'm sure they'll be making. Thank you. Let's move on by adopting the agenda.
Quindi il progetto di ordine del giorno della conferenza odierna.
The agenda today was sent out in recent days to all. The draft agenda has been sent out to everybody and they're present in the folders which have been sent out. So if there are no objections, the agenda is considered to be adopted. We now begin the first session of the conference, A European Path to Growth, Relaunching Investment and Reducing Inequalities. And this will be introduced by Professor Pierpaolo Paduan, Italy's Minister of Economy and Finance, who will be speaking also as current President of ECOFIN. Subsequently, we'll be listening to Professor Jean-Pierre Ferry, who holds a chair of economics at the Hertie School of Governance in Berlin, and is also General Commissioner for Strategy and Prospects France Stratégie. After the introduction of the speaker, will be the statements of the speakers will be opening a discussion. Time allocated to speakers will be for each person taking part in the discussion will be allocated on the basis of the number of people who ask for the floor and the time available. Therefore, those who wish to take the floor are requested to fill in the forms which are in your folders if you wish to take the floor. And I'd like to remind the colleagues that in order to allow adequate time for the discussion, we've not planned a coffee break. However, there is a catering point which is indicated by outside this room, and you can just follow the indications to find it. Therefore, with this, I give the floor to Minister Paduan.
Presidente della Camera, onorevoli membri dei Parlamenti europei e dei Parlamenti nazionali.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members of Parliament, it is a great honour for me to open this conference that the signatories to the Fiscal Compact have wanted to organise. It is very important. It's a milestone in the definition of European governance, and it is a very important opportunity for us to exchange ideas and to identify the necessary policies. As the President reminded us, growth in Europe needs appropriate policies, and these policies need to be supported by the European citizens. As we all know, in the last few months, almost all of the international and also institutions, also national governments, and many private sector analysts have had to rethink the forecasts for economic growth, which proved to be too optimistic. And this happened in the last few months. And the recent trends suggest not only that growth will occur more later in the future than expected, and also that some of the root causes of the failure to grow in the economy are not well understood as of yet. If you look at the symptoms of the current economic crisis, it is quite evident that the issues that lie before us are deeper than a cyclical trend in the economy, no matter how pronounced it may be. I think we can summarize the situation as follows. Investments are declining in all European countries and have been for a number of years. There are few signs of a return to growth in investments. Unemployment levels remain very high in all of the components of unemployment: cyclical, structural, female and youth unemployment, though there may be differences in different countries. But also price trends continue to be on a downward trend, and we are now in a situation of low inflation. And it disguises the risk of instead of returning to what would be considered to be the level of balance for prices in the European area, be about 2%, could actually be leading us in the opposite direction. So we are facing, at this stage, a very worrisome combination of low growth rates in the economy, low investment levels, high unemployment rates, and virtually nil inflation. And public and private sector indebtedness remains very high in the euro area as a whole and in various parts of Europe. I personally cannot furnish a more in-depth analysis of the situation that we are experiencing now, but I do firmly believe that Europe is at a crossroads. There are two possible paths that can take us forward, and which we will have to follow for years to come. We can imagine Europe in the next, perhaps not decades, but many years to come, to continue to live in a situation of very low growth, if not stagnation, with very little employment being created. That is one path. Or we can imagine that Europe, alas, can choose another way, a way that will lead to growth, to production of wealth, and to the creation of jobs. Jobs for youth, but not only. Now, the difference between these two different paths or scenarios can be explained very simply. It depends whether we adopt pro-growth policies or not. Europe, and in particular a number of countries, and I must include Italy among these, is having to address not only the consequences of the worst crisis in the post-war period, but also a backlog, time lost in terms of growth of productivity and a sort of creeping loss of competitiveness. So to leave this situation behind, to embark on that new path to growth would require a strategy that would make it possible to deal with these two challenges that are perversely interlinked. before us. Growth is a serious issue, and not only in Europe. And this is borne out also by the efforts that we can witness in the G20 context. Only a week ago, a ministerial meeting of the finance ministers and governors of the G20 countries was organized in Australia. And the agenda was growth, and that is the agenda for the Australian presidency of the G20. And there was unanimous consent as to the fact that to deal with growth, we need to adopt pro-growth policies. And how do I interpret this concept? I believe this is widely shared as well. There are no shortcuts to growth. There are no silver bullets, measures that, taken on their own, can lead us towards a path of stronger growth. This is certainly true for Europe, but it's true for many other countries and regions of the world where the growth rate levels are nonetheless higher. What we need is a strategy. And there appears to be a sort of general consensus on the fact that we need to have a comprehensive approach. We need to work on the supply side and on the demand side. We need to field in a coordinated fashion all of the tools and options that governments have before them to promote growth. I can try to summarize these tools by putting them in four major and somewhat obvious categories. The first is liquidity and credit. Now, European monetary authorities, as have other monetary authorities done elsewhere, have for some time now adopted a very innovative approach, seeking out new ways, new tools in a time in which we see that the traditional monetary policy approaches are losing in strength. But of course, this is not enough on its own. Acting on the level of liquidity needs to be supported different levels in different ways, different approaches by a strengthening of financial markets in much more general terms. In this way, amplifying the impact of monetary policy. The crisis that we are still caught up in is a crisis that arose in the financial markets, but then it had an impact on all of the markets. To leave that crisis behind us, I would say by definition, means repairing the financial systems, ensuring that they can once again generate wealth from savings and investment, support growth. All of this is quite obvious. It would appear to be a truism, but it does require a coordinated effort. And Europe has to make a major effort in this direction. Very recently, the European Central Bank adopted innovative approaches that have the specific purpose of injecting liquidity and translating that greater level of liquidity into credit for the economy. This, of course, does require the active cooperation of the banking and financial sectors. The second category of steps to support growth means making use of the room available in our fiscal policies. This is a very sensitive issue, and it is linked to the whole theme of austerity, as the President just said. A widely shared idea is that in different countries, in different ways, but there is room in fiscal policy to support demand. But it's actually more than that. We can also adopt fiscal policies that are pro-growth. And, of course, this will depend on the makeup, the components of the fiscal balance. And there are different ways in which we can try to curb expenditure, not increase taxation levels, and understand that at equal balance levels, differently construed fiscal approaches can have a very different impacts on the growth of the economy. Now, this is important from a macroeconomic point of view because it has to do with our global imbalances. There is an asymmetric approach to imbalances, nothing new, but the pressure on structural adjustment in countries that experience a deficit are very different from those that adopt it in countries that instead register surplus. However, looking at Europe and the euro area in particular, the pressure should be more symmetric, and this has been explicitly recognized in the guidelines for the six-pack and two-pack implementation approaches in Europe. Another channel is to support growth is to work on potential growth on the supply side, as it were. We've seen a worsening in Europe in general and in some countries in particular, a worsening of the situation in this. There appear to be constraints on the supply side that put the brake on growth. But these constraints, these limitations should not be taken for granted. Quite the contrary. I am deeply convinced of the fact that there is ample scope in terms of enhancing productivity through the introduction of innovation, allocation of more resources to research, and enhancing human capital through education and training. There's a lot to be done in different countries. We need to have an approach with structural reform that is well thought out, multifaceted, and this is very important for Europe, and I would say very much so in Italy. And finally, the fourth category or channel is that of investments in the narrow sense of the term, and that is the quantity that we have seen decrease in advanced countries. Investment is that variable that supports demand and also supply, because investment translates into enhanced production capacity. Private sector investment requires resources, profit opportunities, but also an ingredient that often is lacking, and it certainly is lacking today in Europe, and that is confidence, investor confidence, and the willingness, therefore, to invest available resources. Now, this is a sort of rough and ready list of measures, but I hadn't had the intention of providing you with a very in-depth analysis, but simply point out one key point, and that is that we must use all of these levers. And if we were to summarize the current stage in the political and economic debate and in the international arena, I would say that the key word today is policy mix. So it's no longer a question of austerity versus growth, unemployment, growth. All of that is important. But I think that the concept that is most positive is the answer to the question of how we can make the best possible use of the range of tools that are available to us, and how can we do it in a systems approach? How can we do it Europe-wide? And this brings me to briefly point out what the Italian presidency in this semester of the European Union has tried to convey, the message we have tried to convey. We've tried to identify some measures that are important not only in Italy, but I would say especially important and useful in Europe, and suggestions that need to be taken as a whole in a policy mix approach to the system. And we've pointed out three different pillars to our European colleagues. Investment, to begin with, to take it up again where it left it off. Private sector investment, but also public sector investment. Therefore, reviewing all of the regulatory frameworks, incentives, direct incentives to investment, and also more effective use of European and national resources. Public sector in combination with private sector. More efficient use, for instance, of the European Investment Bank's resources. Joint use of our national investment banks. We have the Caisse de dépôt in France or the KfW in Germany, our Italian Cassa Depositi Risparmi. There are many others. We can use these different resources more effectively. Second complementary element is that major chapter of structural reform. Bearing in mind that structural reform is the reform that can create good prospects for investment, release energy, but to analyze the impact of structural reform, we also have to take into account the dimensions. Reforms need to be implemented over the medium term to have their full impact. They can have a very important impact in terms of sustainability of public policy. And reform in an integrated region can have spillover effects on neighboring countries. So if one country adopts reforms, this is good for the country, but it's good for Europe as a whole. All of this taken together means we believe that it's important to have an integrated approach to reform, which, by the way, was adopted by the G20. There is a process now of monitoring structural reform, which is shared by the countries that belong to that group, that are much more heterogeneous than our European countries. And the Italian presidency also advanced the idea of introducing a benchmarking mechanism at a European level, not with a view to introducing further constraints, but to learn better from the experience of our neighbours, to exchange best practices, to understand how we can best design country-led policies as part of an integrated region. And the third pillar is the single market. We need more integration. Europe has always grown through phases of integration that have followed one upon the other. There are many sectors in which there's a need for more integration. Energy, for one, transportation, information technology, and also the fact that we don't have a European space for innovation. We do have national approaches, but it's hard to see a European space, European approach. Of course, all of this requires governance. It needs institutions to support growth. And Europe, as a response to the crisis that erupted in 2007, has actually come some way in terms of improving governance. But the sequence that was followed perhaps was not the right one. We would have done it differently today. In fact, the first thing that Europe did in reacting to the shock and the negative crisis in 2008, 2009, was to immediately think in terms of balance of public public balances. So this was important. It led to the adoption of the Fiscal Compact. It was the first step that Europe decided to take, ensuring sustainability of fiscal sustainability, enabling many countries to achieve important results, and that includes Italy. Fiscal rebalancing required a major effort in Italy. It was important, and it did contribute to enhancing the sustainability of our public finances. The next step was to deal with the financial markets. And a twofold approach was adopted and is coming to its full implementation in these months. The first part consisted in asset quality review and stress tests to evaluate the quality of the asset base of financial institutions. And the second component was to move towards the banking union, and fundamental steps forward have been made towards greater integration of the euro area and the European Union, involving other participants. And it laid the groundwork not only for a banking union, which has progressed considerably, but also for a union of capital markets. And that's a concept that the Italian presidency of the European Union offered up for discussion in very, I would say, practical terms. So what is missing in this fiscal consolidation, introduction of governance and banking consolidation measures and measures relating to the credit sector? What is missing, what is lacking is growth, employment, job creation, and institutions supporting these efforts. There is a tool in Europe that is formally dedicated to this, the Fiscal Compact, which is the treaty for stability and growth. The latter element has not been seen. If we see it outside of Europe, much more than within the confines of Europe. So much needs to be done. We need to accelerate our efforts in this area. There's a rule to Fiscal Compact, but that's not why we should work towards fiscal stability. It's in our interest to ensure fiscal stability. But there's still a long way to go. Italian presidency has pointed out the pillars, the areas in which we need reform. All of this needs to be viewed in a context in which we need to have a less stringent macroeconomic context. We're in a context now of near stagnation. The inflation rate is too low now for safety. And so all measures for adjustment are more difficult in this sort of context. Nonetheless, we will continue to pursue them. But we must recognize the fact that this essential tool, Fiscal Compact, was devised in a different macroeconomic context that was much more favorable than the current one. So we need to bear in mind the diversity of the macroeconomic context and the exceptional circumstances for some countries. This needs to be borne in mind in the evaluation and implementation of what continues to be an essential tool that needs to be strengthened, but needs also to be more growth-oriented. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you, Minister Padoan, for this very comprehensive picture which you painted. Now I'd like to give the floor to Professor Pisani-Ferry. Thank you, Madam President.
Mais je vais peut-être rester assis. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. It's a great honor to have been invited to introduce this conference in this first session. I'll be doing this as a university lecturer, as you said, and also as someone who is from an institution which deals with strategic planning, which looks beyond the current horizon and thinks at public policies directed towards the future. So both of these positions give me some scope to freedom.
I initially prepared my remarks in English, so I will go on in this language. Let me start by saying that I think we all share the view that we are at a very particular moment, politically and economically. Politically, because of the new Parliament, the new Commission. Economically, because of the disappointment with the economic performance of the Union, and the fear of another disappointment, the fear even of a new recession. Jean-Claude Juncker recently said that this is the last chance for the Union. He was blunt. I think he was right to be blunt. So I would wish to discuss what we can do, and perhaps first why we should rebuild the European growth consensus. I'm old enough to remember that 20 years ago people were discussing the cost of non-Europe. And they were saying by integrating we're going to bring a new impetus, a new momentum to growth in Europe. Today people are discussing the cost of Europe. They're discussing what of the current, in the current condition, what is attributable to Europe. So they're dissatisfied with the current economic condition and they're dissatisfied with Europe. This is a serious concern because the EU inevitably, and I'm saying that in front of members of the European Parliament, the EU inevitably relies considerably more than a national government on output legitimacy. So the lack of delivery questions the legitimacy of the EU. So let me go to a few points I wanted to make. I would like to start by emphasizing that growth is possible. There are today considerable doubts about growth. Well, for obvious reason. A large part of the EU is still in a situation where GDP is lower than it was 7 years ago, not to speak of GDP per capita. And for someone who is below 30, growth was something of the past. Growth is something that happened to the previous generation, was experienced to the previous generation, but that someone below 30 has not experienced in his professional lifetime. So it's becoming more and more distant. These doubts are understandable. They're also understandable for objective reasons. Deleveraging is not yet done by far. It will continue to weigh on demand. There is major uncertainty about potential output growth. There are discussions about technical progress, whether we are experiencing a slowdown of technical progress. So all that gives good reason to question. Now, what I would like to say is that we should not consider that growth is something of the past. The new normal is not a Europe without growth. And the reason for that is, first of all, that we are operating far below potential. But beyond that, if we look at where we are in terms of GDP per capita, most of our countries are significantly below the US, really significantly below the US. I will spare you the numbers, I have them here. So whatever we think of technical progress, this applies to the country at the frontier. The country at the frontier may have questions to doubt whether there is a new potential to grow. But we are far below the frontier, so we have a lot of catching up to do. Just by using the technologies that are available, just by emulating the best examples. You look at the way the US thinks about growth, they still think they have a growth future. The Congressional Budget Office recently published medium-term projections. They project 2.5% growth over the next 10 years. So why is it that the US, that is ahead of us in terms of technical progress, should be considering that growth is still a promise for the future, and why should we consider otherwise? So I don't think we should fall into the trap of growth pessimism. We should be realistic, but we should consider that growth is possible. My second question is growth desirable? And this is different. This is not about feasibility, this is about desirability. There are questions about the quality of growth. There are questions about financial sustainability. There are questions about environmental sustainability. There are questions about social sustainability. And all these are good questions. Do we want to have another experience of boom and bust with all the damages that we have seen in the last decade in some develop at the expense of the environment? Do we want the benefits of growth to be captured by a minority? We know the numbers, in the US, 60% of the increase in income went to the top 10% of the population. If this is the case also, if this were to be the case also for us, a large part of the population would say, not for me. There is nothing in it for me. So why should I support growth? And in fact, if you discuss, if you listen to what people are telling you, you're facing a lot of growth skepticism, not because people consider it's impossible, but also because they consider it might not be desirable for them. Also, there is a geographical, spatial component. Growth nowadays takes place in large cities. Large cities are prosperous. They're hubs of future growth. People who live in smaller cities, they feel that the more growth there is, the less they will gain. The more growth will agglomerate, will take place, the more prosperity will agglomerate in the metropolis. So I think that's questions we can't ignore. And the question for the EU is, do we have instruments? Does the EU have instruments to address these concerns? I think it's yes for financial sustainability. All what we've put in place in the name of financial stability are instruments to avoid the kind of boom and bust cycle that we've seen in the past. It's clear for environmental sustainability. The climate policy is precisely here for that. It's less clear for social sustainability. And we have to face the problem that the EU was conceived and its instruments were assigned to it at a time where everybody thought that growth was good for everyone, that a rising tide lifts all boats, as the old saying goes. But if this is not true anymore, if the rising tide does not lift all boats, if there are distributional dimensions that have to be addressed, then we're facing a difficulty because distribution is mainly of the responsibility of the member state. Now, that doesn't mean that nothing can be done. Regional policy has to be rethought. Regional policy was traditionally to consider that it was just a matter of giving to regions that are least prosperous in order for them to catch up. But they can be redesigned, they can be fine-tuned also to address problems within regions. Also is in the field of distribution. It's not an EU competence, income distribution among individuals, but that's not something that the EU should be indifferent about. And that brings me to my next point, which is that growth is sometimes regarded as something that is a justification for policies that are harmful to people, that forces them to take more risk, that create inequality. As I said, there are trade-offs, and I don't think we should be ignoring the trade-offs. Innovation-based growth, and the future growth is to be innovation-based. Innovation-based growth creates risks because innovation is by nature a risky endeavor. Innovation implies that innovators can keep some of the benefits of innovation for themselves, so it creates rents, it creates some sort of inequality. And our 20th century institutions are not really adapted to this kind of situation. But from that does not follow that any growth policy is, or any emphasis on growth is against equality or it's risk-creating. Take the very basic, the very fundamental, probably the most fundamental growth policy there is education. Education is probably our best growth policies on offer. And we have a lot to do there because we did a lot in the past, we did a lot in the, let's say, in the last decades of the 20th century, but somehow the education effort has slowed down in Europe. And if we look at the PISA test, if we look at the PIAC test for people in work and their performance, how much they command their literacy and numeracy, if we look at the situation of our universities, if we compare ourselves to the education investment of the emerging countries, there is definitely much more to do there. And this is not against equality, this is creating opportunity for all. So I think that this is just one illustration that growth policies can help create opportunities for all citizens. They can also create opportunities by eroding some rents that are unjustified, by creating the opportunity for entry for young people, including for unskilled people. And this is part of an agenda that is both good for growth and good for equality and income distribution. Now, what can the EU do? I already mentioned some of what the EU can do, but evidently the growth agenda is too wide for the EU alone. The growth agenda is for the EU and the member states. There are some fields in which the EU can contribute most significantly. I would say, first of all, market integration. It may look very old-fashioned. It's a sort of 1980s agenda, the single market. But it's not because the naive approach based on harmonization and with the hope that harmonization of regulation would make the borders disappear, would make them irrelevant. This has proved naive, this has proved wrong. The trade integration has not made such major progress. Even the euro has not had a major trade effect. And we know that legal systems, we know that social systems, we know that social networks, all that perpetuate the existence of borders. But the single market, I think, is still worth investing in for two reasons. One is external. That's externally, it's a major asset for the EU. No producer in the world can afford to neglect the single European market because of its size. So it's a major asset in any discussion we want to have with partners outside Europe. And therefore, it's a big collective asset we should not neglect. The other one is internal and relates more to growth. We're more and more in an economy of fast movers. We're more and more in an economy where the speed at which you gain market dominance is determinants for your economic performance. We're more and more in an economy in which being the second or the third is of considerably less value than being the first. And the size of the market, the ability to move very fast, the ability for innovators to spread their innovations throughout the European market is a major element of their competitiveness, of our common competitiveness. So that's something I think we should not forget and put emphasis on. This applies to finance. As Piercarlo Padoan said, finance for growth is an important theme. It's an important theme of the Italian presidency, and I think it's exactly right. Finance was the forgotten component of the growth agenda of the last decade. The Lisbon agenda had very little to say on finance. The EU 2020 had very little to say on finance, and that was a mistake because we know that finance is a key component of growth. The question nowadays is that we, for good reasons, we are transforming our banking system to a much less risk-taking banking system. We don't want banks to be taking the risk they were taking before. And the question is who will be taking the risk and how the risk will be, therefore, financed by the market. So it means a more disintermediated system. It means a capital market union, as you said. So I think it's of major importance for growth, and that's something emphasis should be put on. Last point, and very quickly, mobility. Over the last decades, somehow we behaved as if mobility, labor mobility, it were a sort of right in theory that is fine as long as you don't exercise it in practice. But now people have started moving, and they have the right to move, and we've seen in some cases very large movement of population compared to the labor force in the country, be it for countries of emigrations, of countries of immigration in the EU. That raises questions about portability of skill, portability of social rights. We are still putting taxes on mobility. And this is an obstacle to growth, to put taxes on mobility inside the EU. I'm not saying that labor mobility is a solution to the problems we're facing. I'm saying if people want to exercise their right, they should be allowed to do so. Finally, let me finish by coming back to the points, some of the points made by Piercarlo, and how to build bridges with the current situation, because a lot of what I said is about the long-term agenda, and I think I had to speak about the longer-term agenda because, after all, growth is fundamentally about the long term. But it should not lead to neglect of shorter-term issues. And the short-term issue we're facing is that we're operating far below capacity. All the evidence is in this direction. We have high unemployment, we have low growth, we have declining inflation, we have extremely low interest rates. All this points to an economy that operates far below capacity. So the question then is what to do to bridge that and to avoid a trap in which markets and beyond market citizens and investors would get used to an expectation of no growth in Europe. I don't think this is something we can dismiss. This is very possible that this expectation that Europe is a place where you shouldn't invest, you shouldn't go, because it's a no-growth zone. This is a real danger, and this danger should be faced for the reason that, after so many years without growth, this can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. I think Mario Draghi, in his Jackson Hole speech, said a lot, and this triangle of monetary support with the limits it has, reforms, and some reliance on the fiscal space that exists at European level give the answer. The question is how to operationalize it. And the focus on investment seems to me both right and to be taken with caution. It is right because in such a situation, what you would wish to do is exactly to put the focus on investment and to front-load some of the investments you would wish to make in fields, presumably and preferably, where the technology does not change very fast, because if the technology changes very fast, you wouldn't wish to use the technology of today instead of the technology of tomorrow. But in a number of fields, you can use mature technologies and front-load investment so that to kickstart, relaunch the economy. You would also wish to remove credit constraints where there are credit constraints, and there are credit constraints in some countries, including this one. You would wish to help foster investment towards the right fields and right allocation. So many investments were misallocated in the past. And you would wish to help rebuild the capital stock in the tradable goods sector in countries where development has basically been driven by the non-tradable goods sector and where there is a need to rebuild the tradable goods sector. So make use of low interest rates, favor interconnection, front-load investment. What are the instruments? I think it's rather clear that the instruments must be a combination. In some countries, there is a lack of public investment, and Germany comes to mind. There is a debate in Germany about public investment. If you look at the numbers, public investment in Germany are much lower than in other countries. So this is a debate for Germany to have, but this is a very legitimate debate. In some other countries, there has been a lot of public investment. You wouldn't wish to push this button. There is what you can achieve through regulatory clarity. It's an expression that I borrow from Nick Stern, who said there is a return on clarity. By having a clear framework in the field of climate change, by having a clear framework, by letting investors know what is the likely path for the price of carbon, you would trigger private investment. You would let people invest in contributing to this transformation by bringing in new technologies, by investing in energy saving. But you need for that, you need clarity. You need regulatory clarity. And this, beyond climate, this applies to a number of fields. So there are private investments that can be triggered by better and more clearer and more predictable regulation on the public side. And finally, there are the financing initiatives we spoke about capital market union. Now, the remaining question is is there a role to play for budgetary support? I mean, could we mobilize some fiscal space at European level? There is, as we all know, very little fiscal space left in Europe because of the high debt levels, because of the remaining deficits. What we would need, I think, to be able to mobilize the fiscal space there is a better commitment technology. The Stability and Growth Pact, the whole of the Fiscal Compact are in a way commitment technologies. But they are commitment technologies that mostly focus on today rather than tomorrow. Yes, I'm closing. Yes. I'm closing. To be in Parliament, you have to be disciplined, right? There are technologies that focus on today rather than tomorrow. And I think what you would wish to be sure of, if you give some leeway, if you mobilize fiscal space, is that it's going to be fully compensated, and more than fully compensated, by savings tomorrow. And we need a technology to make sure that these savings tomorrow actually take place. And that's the dilemma, how to better use the European framework to enforce this commitment to cutting spending tomorrow and to cutting spending especially on the structural side where it is the most needed. So I think there is room for improvement of the framework here, for better using the frameworks that exist. Let me conclude, because I have to, and I apologize for having been long. As I said at the start, the question is how to contribute, how to make sure that you can contribute to this growth agenda without promising too much. There have been too many growth plans in the past that have not delivered. The EU has some powers, it has some instruments, it should use these powers and these instruments. And I would like to conclude by quoting someone I had profound admiration for, Tommaso Padoa-Schioppa. In his last book, he wrote that there is too often a confusion between weak power and limited power. He said limited power is a power that has limitations, that has a clear mandate and a limited mandate, but all the instruments to reach its goals. And a weak power is a power that pretends to achieve a lot, but doesn't have the means to reach its goals. And he said a weak power is a recipe for disappointment, and that's not what we want to the situation we want to be in. We would wish the EU, with its limited power, to contribute clearly and visibly to the growth agenda, as I have explained. Thank you.
La ringrazio, professore Pisani.
Thank you, Professor Pisani-Ferry, for this presentation. I'd like to thank both of our speakers, and now we can open the debate. We have 32 people on the list, and with this I'm going to close the list, because in any case I think we're going to have to be march very fast. Going to divide this into two segments. On the screen below there's a list of those who are on the speakers list. I'm afraid you won't have much time to speak, otherwise we won't be able to keep to time, and therefore I'd like to keep to 3.5 minutes each of you. And one of the customs of this chamber is to speak while standing, because since the meeting is also being streamed, it's possible for the person speaking to be taken, to be shown. So Joachim Post is the next speaker. He's from the Bundestag.
Onorevole Presidente,
Distinguished President.
the first time, not the first time that I speak here in this position in our Parliament. We speak from the throne of the Speaker, but when we are sitting, then we don't speak in this position. Okay, I think Mr. Pisani-Ferry is right. the question of the growing inequality in our societies is a central one in the economic dimension, not only in the social dimension. This question still isn't addressed by the agenda of the EU. But I want to talk about the right distribution of tasks between the European Union and its member states in this difficult economic situation, in this crisis, in this complex crisis. Because of its complexity, we cannot address the problems just on the national level, and there are no blueprints for the best solution. In contrast, I think we need different solutions and strategies in each country, and additional, a common European strategy. Europe in 2014 is standing at a crossroads, facing big challenges. The systemic crisis and the political attempts to overcome will have far-reaching consequences for Europe in this maybe historical year 2014. It is critical that nation-states can recover themselves in an economically stable environment. Therefore, European institutions like the ECB and EIB are crucial actors for further development. Mr. Draghi stabilized the euro and the interest rates for states. But after tackling the sovereign debt crisis with the intervention of the ECB and the financial market crisis with the banking union, we still need a strategy for the recovery of the eurozone. The EIB can be one actor for more investment in member states. Investment is the economic link between the present and the future. Those who do not invest have lost the trust in future growth, given up on prospects of success and development. Therefore, we need more public and private investment. While public investment is a question of financing possibility of the state in times of the Fiscal Compact, private investment is a question of demand. To raise demand and finance public investment, we need to address the question of the best distribution of the tax burden and the fight against inequality. Nevertheless, this is a playing field of national policymakers. As I mentioned before, I don't think that there is a blueprint for growth which is suitable in every member state exists. Therefore, each state needs to tackle its specific structural problems with an own strategy. In some countries, we still have unused resources for more public investment, which should be used to stabilize the economy. Germany, you have mentioned it, can be an example for it. Even under the new rules of the Fiscal Compact, there is room left for more investment, for example in Germany, and therefore we have this discussion in Germany, for instance, to help the development in the eurozone. And
would you please
the last remark, but there are also unused European funds, like the European Youth Strategy or the structural money. And I think we have to learn to strengthen our ability
to implement
this thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Beirut Veisaid from the Seimas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today I would like to emphasize the importance of this forum because it has the opportunity to organize the regular political dialogue. I agree with our experts that the major challenge for today's economy is inequalities. Inequalities between the rich and poor is the largest after the crisis before the World War II. Inequalities between the young and old people, inequalities between the rich cities and the rural regions. This is the challenge. I think that we should think about a fairer tax system. We should say no to the tax havens. What concerns investments? We have the very nice strategy of 2020 with the greener and smarter growth. And I think that there should be the right balance between the public investment into the strategy and the private one. It was mentioned structural reforms. But implementing the reforms, we should be very wise and attentive because we should keep attention how it will influence the people that are living in need. And speaking about single market, I would like to concentrate on single market for energy. Because of Russian Ukraine crisis, there are isolated energy markets, and our competitiveness of Europe will depend on reasonable energy market if we want to be competitive in the world. So, EU was created as the project for stability and peace in Europe. If we want, as parliamentarians, to keep on this project, we should reflect our reforms. Thank you for attention.
Thank you. Next speaker is Beres, European Parliament.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, President. Thank you to the Italian presidency for their welcome to Rome in this chamber, which brings back many good memories. I think what happened this summer is a wake-up call for many of us. In 2007, we left the ECB alone to interact till 2008, when governments realized that something had to be done. After 2011, we tried to do things. We have the budgetary treaty. The author is almost next to me. And we also began on the banking union. But the president of the ECB told us this summer, this is not enough. You people who have political responsibility need to take things in hand, because otherwise, and I think he's right, we are moving towards a announced catastrophe. For a long time, the European Union has been misusing the tools which it has available. With the Lisbon strategy, with the 2020 strategy, we've done things. I don't know if it was because powers are too weak or too limited, but without reaching the goals which we had set ourselves. And also ignoring the leverage effect which European policies could have. In a way, I think that when we consider this challenge of a 300 billion investment plan, there's a will to reconcile this challenge. In order to succeed in this challenge, it's not enough to say investment, investment, investment. It will be necessary for these investments to be useful in order to remedy the ills which Europe suffers from. And there's a term which is at the heart of our session, which is essential, which is inequalities. Some people don't care less about inequalities and think that is a challenge for economic competitiveness. I don't believe in this. European model is not based on this. And therefore, in order to meet this challenge, we have to look at the issue of inequalities in member states and among member states. And if our investment plan neglects this, then it will fail like all the other strategies we've attempted so far. In order to succeed, obviously, we need to make use of the space which is available. Member States which has investment capability, the European Union which has investment capability which we refuse to mobilize. In order to succeed, we also need for this investment capability to be made available for the strategy which will allow us all to be in a win situation, a win-win situation actually, and therefore everybody will have to move on this 300 billion in order to make it a true tool, not only for investment and for a return to growth, but also to rebalance the macroeconomic imbalances within the European Union. For me, this challenge is the equivalent to the ecological transition, and I think that we could focus our tools in this. And for those who don't know, I have a heavy responsibility for the European Parliament with my colleagues to address the form of economic governance reform, and I'll be very glad to have your inputs, of course. Thank you.
Is Daniel Orwa.
Merci.
Thank you, President. My turn to thank our Italian friends for their welcome, and it's my turn to say that it seems that the two speakers have well demonstrated something which we can all see, which is that we have a obsolete vision of growth and what growth should be. From this point of view, what we see, I think, and which we've seen from the statement so far, is that the answers which so far have been provided economically do deal with some issues, but don't deal with one issue which is becoming increasingly acute: increase in poverty. Germany may be doing well, but its poverty is increasing. Britain may have a low unemployment rate, but poverty is increasing there too. And for each country, I think I could repeat that analysis. So 4 questions, I think, have to be raised, because the 2020 Europe strategy is leading to weak results. Couldn't we consider the issue in a different way in order to restore competitiveness to SMEs and innovative structures? Perhaps we've done too many conventional measures which are helpful for multinationals, which really don't need these measures. What kind of investments could be useful for the specific European circumstances? As an environmentalist, I'm very glad to hear that perhaps we need to consider the issue of Europe of energy and climate, and we also have to consider the ecological transition of the economy. There is scope to be found, and perhaps more original funding to be found for that. Third question: which kind of initiatives can we see using all the scope provided by current regulations, Stability Pact and others, in order to ensure the application of these measures in the short, medium and long-term level? And how concretely can we implement the plan announced by President Juncker, which aims at using up to 300 billion euros of public funds with resources which will be used for what? For the employment of young people, for a better management of energy transportation networks. This is something which is obviously needed today with the Ukrainian crisis, and a more meaningful transportation network, and the value of management of a schooling and education system for all, and also in order to promote a system of innovation. Many thanks. And I'd like to give the floor to Lord Lyndon Harrison.
And England. And I pledge to you from the House of Lords that just as we are going to work better together within our own country, we will do so with the European Union as it develops. We must explore and analyse the weaknesses of the Eurozone, recognise the threat of deflation and the anti-cyclical cuts made at a time of recession when we need growth. And therefore I ask Mr. Paduan to expand on the structural reforms which are now beginning to show in Portugal, Ireland and Spain, and how we can ensure they are developed, and how some of the responsibilities of creditor countries can help develop the market. Secondly, to Mr. Paduan, on the single market, how can we develop greater Eurozone integration, ensure that the single market comes into being? Thirdly, on small businesses lending, we have a problem with the banks who are building up their Basel Accord defences, but Juncker's Capital Markets Union offers an opportunity. Will both our experts say what they think they know by the Capital Markets Union? Juncker has also promised to spend a further £300 billion, €1 billion. What do they understand to be that money well spent? To Mr. Pisano Ferri, the European Central Bank is beginning to replace member states in taking responsibility for driving growth. Does he worry that it steps beyond its responsibilities? And can we give greater help to Mario Draghi by acting as member states ourselves to ensure that we find growth in that way and not put him on consequence? There are worries about trade deals, but jobs are forsaken, they're not taken up by our failure to deal with proper trade deals, as we have done recently with Canada, and Carol de Gucht has been trying to do with the United States of America. This is a rich source for jobs and growth which we must take. Finally, our European Union Committee, which I chair in the House of Lords, has produced its own euro area crisis reports, which you can get from my colleague here, Stuart Stoner, and we are pressing the cause of the City of London as a financial centre, which is Europe's premier financial centre. It's sometimes difficult to get them to understand that, but it's true, and it should be part of the engine for growth to provide jobs for people throughout the European Union. The United Kingdom is determined to be part of the growth of Europe. Thank you very much indeed.
Grazie.
Thank you, Lord Harrison. And I would like to give the floor to Philippos Sakinidis.
I would like to congratulate our Italian colleagues for organising the Interparliamentary Conference. Countries in programmes such as Greece did suffer a huge cost in terms of output. Cumulative loss amounts to 25%, and unemployment rate currently stands at 27%, as they did try to address long-standing macroeconomic imbalances. After 6 years of recession, there are prospects that the Greek economy may return to small but positive growth rates this year. However, there are many open issues. The first one relates to the speed of reduction of unemployment rate. Would small positive growth rates suffice to bring 1 million people who lost their jobs during the crisis back to work? How fast this will take place? Is investment-led growth sufficient to affect the speed? Historically, the Greek economy did manage to produce 50,000 jobs per year. If we are going to repeat our past trend, it will take at least 20 years before someone gets a job, or at least to bring back the 1 million people, not someone gets a job, but to bring back 1 million people to job. Is that socially acceptable? I don't think so. Should Europe be concerned about this problem, or is it just a problem of national concern? I think it is a national issue, but it is also a European issue, because other European countries suffer from similar problems. So Europe has to readdress its growth and employment strategy to bring people back to job as soon as possible. Otherwise, Euroscepticism will rise further along with extreme political views. And the second open issue relates to the question on whether the benefits of future growth will benefit all citizens. This is because there is strong evidence, especially from the United States, where it appears that over the last 3 decades, most of the income gains experienced during expansions accrued to the top 10% of the earners. My concern is that policies designed at national or even European levels may not activate the trickle-down mechanism to create job opportunities for all individuals willing and able to work, and may also fail to reduce income inequalities that were produced during the recession. So, do you think that we should reconsider the effectiveness of our policies to meet the social goals that we have set? Thank you. Μέσα στο χρόνο.
Grazie. La parola a Paolo.
Thank you very much, and I would like to give the floor to Paolo Guerrieri.
Grazie molte e grazie.
Thank you. I would like to thank Minister Padoan and Mr. Pisani-Ferry for their very interesting presentations. Both reminded us of the much more general issue of slow growth. There is a risk of stagnation. It could be at century record levels. There's a big difference between Europe and the United States because Europe didn't live one, but rather two financial crises in these last years. And there's a risk of a third. We have to understand why that happened. What is there that is so different between the two continents? And what didn't Europe do, or what did Europe do differently from the United States? We do run the risk now of a long period of stagnation. It's also been said that we have consensus on the fact that we need to work on the supply side and the demand side. Otherwise, we will not revive growth. That is true, undoubtedly. But we also have to acknowledge the fact that if something has been neglected in Europe, it was exactly the demand side. Policies to boost demand. More can be done in structural terms, more can be done in innovation, technology, research. But what have we done in terms of promoting aggregate demand, pro-demand policies, which cannot be implemented only at a national level? They need to be implemented Europe-wide. And therefore, I really think that we should be asking ourselves a question that I'm also addressing to our speakers. Today, what can we do differently in the next few years? Starting indeed in the next few months. Monetary policy will not be enough. That we know. That's a given, although it is important. But it brings us back to the fundamental question. Europe does not have policies that can boost demand and through demand growth. It's been said that we need to have policies, we have asymmetric fiscal policies that weigh more heavily on countries that have a deficit. And that means that they curb demand, compress demand in these countries. So do we need a stronger commission that can impose what indeed are rules? Because countries that register a surplus should respect these rules. Germany, 6%, just like countries in deficit. There's also an issue of governance tools. We need to review this. At end December, there will be an important review. We need to strengthen these tools. We need to rethink our approach. I don't think it's possible to avoid this the awareness, gaining awareness of the fact that without boosting demand at a European level, our economies will not work in an optimal way, and we run the risk of having chronic utilization. And we run the risk of growing constantly well below what the potential growth levels would be. And so that is the point I wish to really stress and the question I wish to raise. What do we need to do differently from what we have done so far? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Guerrieri. And now the floor to Paul Tang.
Thank you, President. And thank you for the two contributions, which I liked very much because they were broad. They used a broad framework. And I also welcome the opportunity of this interparliamentary conference. It's an opportunity to exchange ideas, but also to find ways to overcome frictions. The economic crisis is not over. It's not over yet, and it has led to frictions within countries with high unemployment, poverty, but also across countries. The euro should have united us, but instead it has divided us. And we are in a situation where we can not just rely on monetary policy to get us out of trouble. We are in an economic crisis, and Europe is also looking at you, as this group of politicians, to take action and to push Europe out of the economic crisis. That's why I think it's important to find ways to stimulate investments, both private and public investment. We have a problem both on the demand side and on the supply side, that both speakers have emphasized, and investment does have effect on both sides, both on the demand side, both on the supply side. So we need to find ways to stimulate investment. At the same time, we also need to invest in structural reforms and integration of markets. That's also the type of investment that we need. There should be no taboo on either investment, structural reforms or integration of markets. But to achieve a European push for the European economy, we need to coordinate policies. We need to coordinate policies because we need the funds to finance investments. We also need public investment, and we need to find funds for public investment. But we also need to coordinate policies by making room for private and public investment in countries that have the room to invest. And the example of Germany was mentioned, and there's just one of the examples, I think. That's the type of coordination that we need right now. We can't just rely on monetary policy. We also need actions from the politicians in this room. And this brings me to my final point. It's fairly simple. Pro-growth policies need Europe-minded politicians. I've been a member of the Dutch Parliament myself. I understand the position of many of the politicians in national parliaments. It's often difficult. But we need to emphasize that we can't get out the crisis on our own, and that we benefit when other countries do well, that when the tide rises, all boat rises. So we need national politicians and Euro politicians to explain that it's in the national interest, but also in the European interest, to have European pro-growth policies. Thank you.
Grazie. La parola.
Thank you. I now would like to give the floor to Andrzej Garadzewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had in the European Union two strategies. Lisbon strategy achieved nothing, and now we are close to this with strategy 2020. What wrong is these strategies? Maybe goals are bad chosen, maybe tools are bad constructed, maybe both. It is interesting to know your opinion, our speakers, about these problems. Mr. Professor Pisani-Ferry said that USA is much higher in economy than the European Union. Maybe USA has very good strategy. Do you know this? Is it written or only constructed by government? You said about this economy, but I would like to get one example. The reasons are many, but one of them is that, for example, when USA explore shale gas from years, we waste time in the European Parliament to debate if shale gas is good enough for clean and happy Europe. So it is one reason that USA is higher than European Union. Minister Bedouin said that public investment is a solution for a better economy, to create better economy. I think that yes, for a short time, but for a long time we need private risky business and private money. But private business needs clear and stable and long-term economical policy. It's not acceptable for private business to look for next slogans and next changing goals. My colleague businessman asked me, what does it mean, reindustrialization of the Europe? I can't find proper answer. So maybe we should go to the real economy and not to slogans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sir William Cash.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. I think that what is happening in Europe is well reflected in what was said by the speakers, which is high unemployment, low growth and low inflation. I very much follow the general trend of the gentleman who's just spoken from Poland. Money doesn't grow on trees. You simply cannot develop an entire policy on the basis of a uniform demand for more public services and more public investment for a very simple reason. Growth simply comes from taxed enterprise. Small and medium-sized businesses are the way in which you can find the money, and of course the big businesses as well, but they have their own way of dealing with things. I have to say, as a Conservative, I don't believe at all in the socialist approach to this. Competition and growth go together, and we have to compete with the rest of the world, and at the same time we do need to have a very clear policy to get rid of unnecessary regulation. The latest European Commission doesn't appear to be addressing that, and young people simply will not get jobs. There will be increased unemployment, which is not only a tragedy, it's a completely obscene disgrace that people in this massive continent are being driven by a system which seems to me to be so unrealistic that it is not a surprise to me, as you will know, that there is a greater degree of Euroscepticism, but blaming Euroscepticism for the faults of the system which needs to be radically reformed, I think is just simply absurd. So I simply say this. I think that we all need, in the interests of stability in Europe, which we want. The United Kingdom is not interested in a Europe that doesn't work. We want a Europe that works, but it has to work on a really radical basis. And the truth is, at the moment, listening to the speeches, with the exception, as I said, of one person who made the point very clearly that you need private investment in order to be able to achieve results, then ignoring the simple truths of an effective economy and of democracy seems to me to be a prescription for increasing, to go back to the main point, increasingly high unemployment, increasingly low growth and increasingly troubles from the far right, which will come about from dissatisfaction and talking about wanting to remove austerity is one thing, actually producing results which will do it is the other. I'm sorry to have to say this, but quite bluntly, I think Europe is going in the wrong direction because it is all an academic exercise driven by far too much concentration of power, far too little democracy, and I'm afraid to say unreality as well. I'm sorry to have to be so blunt, but thank you very much indeed.
Grazie.
Thank you. So we're 1/3 of the way through the speakers list. Next on my list is Skevi Kutrakokuma. If the two speakers agree, Minister Paduan and Professor Pisani-Ferry, I'd like to give them the floor halfway through the comments and questions so that we can allow them to reply to some of the points so that we don't have to make them take them all together. You have the floor.
Debate on the need for economic development, for attracting investments and reducing disparities is a topic for discussion at all levels. But despite the extensive discussion, the reality subverts the theoretical ambitions of those who vote and support the current economic and development policies. Please note that all the data that are presented are the results of the effort of the European Union through the European Stability Mechanism to help countries that were most affected by the economic crisis. And surely these results prove and demonstrate the failure of these policies. 5 years after the outbreak of the crisis, the official figures from Eurostat shows that the European Union lost 5.7 million jobs. There was a tremendous increase of workers with part-time status, but the most tragic is the data that shows that a significant proportion of the jobs lost were held by young people up to 24 years old. While unemployment rate climbs, child poverty has reached unprecedented levels. The number of homeless and poor is growing. The wages have reached the bottom, and European Union promote mass dismissals. Eurostat announced that between the last months of 2013 and first month of 2014, the profits of companies remain the same. The reason of stability in profitability is the reducing in wages. At the same time, the graphic of Eurostat proves that corporate profitability is significantly increased in 2014 compared to early 2009. If we want to answer the question of development, we should first answer for whom we want development. If we seek growth for the profits of monopolies and enterprise, then the European Union can continue on the same path. If we seek development for the people, then we should completely change the direction of these policies. If we continue to consider competitiveness as the path to development, the reform will bring new rules in the social and political life. We just don't recognize the realities around us. People are reform fatigued, reform tired, from the continuous reform that the European Union and the governments of member states implement, pretending that the transformation will be of the benefit of the people. But instead, they lead to more cuts of the welfare system in education, in health, inequality of life for children, youngsters and other vulnerable groups. In conclusion, even if the European Union is trying to convince that it's working in the interest of workers in the reduction of inequality and for the welfare of people, the policies applied resulted to increase poverty on the one hand and increase corporate profitability on the other. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. And now Olga Nantia Valavani has the floor.
It's a positive sign indeed that the Italian presidency set a number of open questions for debate regarding such critical issues as the lack of growth or the inequality bomb. The latter is being discussed worldwide, not because of some egalitarian ideal blowing in the wind, but because a long series of current studies have recognized the rapidly increasing inequality as a critical factor for the curbing of growth. What the Italian presidency is doing is the exact opposite of what the Greek presidency did, accepting every issue of the mainstream policies as token and incapable of change. But it is exactly the mainstream policies, whose Greek itself has become their most exemplary Guinea pig, which, in the term of the already cited today manifesto of the 6 international economies, the change issue, a call for policy change in Europe, has transformed the European unity into an austerity unity. That's why, firstly, it's not a matter of sufficient or not strategies, it's a matter of radically changing these strategies. Austerity policies have not just failed, they have proved an utter disaster, endangering a second Eurozone recession while resulting in situations like those in Greece and Spain, where 30% of the people and half of the young people cannot find work. Further on, for austerity to be implemented, democratic processes, including parliamentary ones, as all of us know, became something close to a caricature. Austerity and its implementation tools, like Troika and the whole legal construction it created in the countries in program, must go. Secondly, it's not a matter of whether the tools created are sufficient to achieve growth, since they are created initially for saving the financial capital and big corporate business, turning a banking crisis into a public debt crisis, while today their main aim is to leverage the black hole of the European banking system on the cost of continuing to strangle real economy. Let us admit that during these years it has been proved there can be no growth based solely on exports, that is, without creating inner demand based on productivity instead of competitiveness, and this means that people must have work and collective bargaining power to achieve decent wages and living conditions with access to health, education, pensions and recreation to all instead of the upper segment of society. There can be no real growth for the small and medium enterprises, which consist of the backbone of the European economy, if the economic aim remains a creditless growth. There will further be no investments for growth if the main EC bodies continue the policy of not using the public means of investment, that is, both the programme of public expenditure and investment and the public foundations and institutions. I'm finishing. First of all, the public banks, but also the under privatization remaining public corporations of strategic importance, beginning from the energy sector, as the main instruments towards this goal. In Greece today, these all have been incapacitated and one by one destroyed. It's worth to fight for the future, and in order to have results, we must do it in an organized and coordinated way. That is, we must do it all together. Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Thank you. Now give the floor to Norbert Bartlett. Thank you. I'd like to thank the Italian presidency for having organized this conference. Italy is a founding country of the European Union. That is why it's very important that this conference be held now in Rome. I also would like to thank Minister Padoan for his excellent introductory presentation. Thank you, Minister. You have explained to us that it's not an either-or austerity demand policy. You have to strike the right balance, and you spoke of policy mix. And that is so important. We need to, of course, carry for policies for consolidation, but at the same time, support growth. The funds that are available and the scope that exists for this in the individual countries and the European Union need to be directed towards promoting growth in investments. Schäuble and his French colleague wrote a statement to that effect. The resources available and the and the scope in a country's fiscal balance need to be directed towards promoting investments with guarantees from the European Investment Bank. The investment, the share of German investment has decreased recently. Our payments to the stability mechanism were considered as investments, and that is why they registered a decline in investment, but now it has returned to its previous levels. Growth should not be financed through debt. In the crisis that arose in 2008, we had extremely high levels of indebtedness. If we were to attempt to promote growth by increasing expenditure, it would be extremely difficult, and I don't think we would see growth. So the low growth levels, some say that the low levels of growth show that the strategy is wrong, but I think that that is not right either. The fact that we have low growth rates show that the structural reforms that are necessary have been implemented, but in too cautious a way, and the specific recommendations for the individual countries have also been implemented in too cautious a way, not adequately. We need to continue along a path to fiscal consolidation, and we need new support to growth. There are inequalities. We mustn't weaken the strongest, though. We must strengthen the weakest. Europe's growth does not depend only on German investment. Europe will grow if all countries grow together.
Antoine.
Thank you very much. And now the floor to André Antoine. Thank you, Chairman. I too would like to join in thanking Minister Padoan and say that I'm speaking as a convinced European, but also one who expects a lot from the European Union. And I would like to underscore 2 points he made in his presentation: the need for public investment on the one hand, and the need to have fiscal scope. Now, there is a contradiction, if not a paradox, in the actions of the European Commission. On the one hand, undoubtedly, we see what the European Central Bank is doing, lowering rates. That's good. We also have a policy for structural reform. We are soon to launch a new programming period up to 2020. We have the work of the European Investment Bank. All of that is fine. But on the other side, here I would like to denounce the vagaries of the national accounts in the European Union. And we now confuse public expenditure with investment funding. All governments have been requalified by Eurostat in the sense that when we had actions for public housing under 794, from now on, this investment in public housing, which was necessary to deal with the housing shortage and the inequality, these investments are now considered to be debt in the year, as if throughout Europe our citizens were to pay for their housing in a single year. Another mistake was the expansion to public-private partnership. Having been to England, I've seen several times. I've seen great interest there, but I see that now Eurostat is requalifying these public-private partnerships. And so we've understood that the policy is somewhat blind. On the one hand, we are trying to reduce debt levels to acceptable levels by compressing public spending. But on the other hand, we have policies that are blocking investment because they're confusing investments with ordinary deficit. Philippe Lestat, former president of the European Investment Bank, my country, has just authored a book that is a great challenge to the European Union, and he's called it Europe, the Lost Continent. through a blind implementation of accounting norms, we're confusing investment with deficit. Now, I'd like to hear Minister Padoan's reaction on this and the necessary evolution, because we want to support investment and at the same time have that scope in the fiscal balance. So we need to be able to amortize our investments on a longer period of time. Thank you.
Grazie. La parola.
Thank you. Thank you. And now our next speaker, Stradan Gjurkovic.
And thank you, Italians, for hospitality, not only for presidency of EU. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, Mario Draghi, governor of our central bank, European Central Bank, in August of this year, 1 month ago, made it clear that it is necessary to modify existing policy and existing fiscal rules, because the current measures have not brought results in reducing public debt and unemployment. Also, the very fact that the European Commission presented to the European Parliament the information that in 2013, last year, only 10% of recommendations for individual country members were fully implemented, 10%. And furthermore notes that 45 of recommendations for individual countries made limited or no progress. So, all of this mentioned, our experience, indicates on the fact that it is necessary to change the policy, made it maybe little made flexible for public investments, and should strengthen private consumption. The key for growth, development and employment is to strengthen and support the private sector. For example, maybe with new instruments and, of course, more support for public and private investments. That's maybe the key and our proposal. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. And now the last speaker in this first round, Eduardo Cabrita. And then I will give the floor to our two speakers, give them 5 minutes to respond to this first round of comments.
Dear colleagues, we should, in this important conference on Article 13, we should look for the reason we are here. The Fiscal Compact was an answer in the European framework to the lack of coordination of economic and financial policies after years of crisis, which put in danger our common project of European Union and of solidarity. The deregulation of the financial markets, the asymmetric impacts in specific countries' economies, the different conditions and the large difference on interest rates to finance the companies in our member states, the existence of clear cases of unfair fiscal competition inside the euro area, which leads the deviation of companies from one country to others, puts the point on the crisis of Europe, which provocates the rising of Eurosceptics movements in the last European elections, a crisis of confidence in the European project, and a crisis for the euro. 1 year ago, we discussed in the Portuguese Parliament with Mr. Piercarlo Padoan in his previous function in OECD, how can we face this challenge? How can you look to fiscal consolidation, but also to a strategy of growth and job creation? Now we think that this approach is much more up-to-date than 1 year ago. We are again in recession. We have a global stagnation in the euro economies. And this idea of look first to austerity, look first to an ideology of fiscal consolidation as the only answer to all problems, we really failed. We should look at a clever way, at a global way, to the full challenges of the idea of coordination of economic policies in the euro area and the global level in Europe. And that gives, again, a role to the idea of investment, public and private investment, confidence in the public and also in the private sector, a global coordination of policies of innovation, of research, of development, and priority to the people, not only to the financial markets. That's the idea, to give sense to the Fiscal Compact as a broad view on coordination of of economies, of strategies for development, looking for idea of a Europe with cohesion and solidarity. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Grazie. La parola.
Thank you. Now I'd like to give the floor to the Minister for the Economy, Mr. Paduan. Thank you, Chair. First of all, please allow me to thank you all for this very substantial debate. And there's no way for me to respond to all the points in view of the short time available. There are some points which some of you have expressed, which I'd like to come to, though. First of all, the issue of inequality. Quite rightly, a number of people have said that this has to be just as important as a goal as growth is. Obviously, we can ask ourselves what the link is between inequality and growth. As far as I know, the main routes to reducing inequality in income and wealth are two: more employment and greater access to education and knowledge. So, in some way, the combination of growth, combating inequality, and promoting employment is something which can be considered. There are no trade-offs between inequality and growth. There's complementarity. And this is something which has to be translated into concrete measures which have to have a European dimension. If it's true as it is that in the education policy there is a European dimension which has not been explored to a large extent. Second point I'd like to pick up on is the link which many of you have indicated between the effectiveness of structural reforms and the macroeconomic situation. According to the evidence I know of, the impact of reforms of the labour market or production markets in promoting growth and employment is greater when the economic cycle is doing better, and have a slower impact when the economic cycle is in a less positive phase. Obviously, this raises a challenge for Europe. Structural changes obviously have to be adopted and implemented, and it's necessary for there to be enough time for the results of these structural reforms, which many of you have stressed have political and social costs in the short term, in order for these benefits to be seen, and therefore that there be consensus. According to the evidence I have, successful reforms are the ones which can also count on consensus, because they were discussed in the appropriate institutional fora and accepted. The third point concerns the more general point of demand, which must be bolstered in Europe. And this is something which clashes with two elements. First of all, the monetary policy is reducing the limits of its effect, and there's very little scope for fiscal policy. But this doesn't mean that there isn't any space at all. I believe that there is space which should be better exploited by eliminating or at least reducing to a maximum the asymmetries which exist in the euro system as a whole, where countries which run a surplus have more scope and those with a deficit have less scope. The problem isn't identifying these spaces, but to generate incentives in order for these spaces to be made use of. And to my mind, the incentives today are inadequate and they are distributed asymmetrically. Final point, investments. The strategy for more investments, which the Italian presidency has submitted for debate, concerns both, but it concerns most of all private investments, because the biggest resources to be mobilized are in the private sector. And I'd like to say that there's a principle which is essential, which was recalled by a number of you. Private investments are not produced unless there are certainties on the horizon, unless there is confidence that rules will remain over time and will be favorable growth and won't be changed. This is something which has to be recovered in Europe, a longer-term horizon, because otherwise people concentrate on short-term adjustment, which does not help to recover growth. Thank you to Minister Paduan. And I'd like to ask Mr. Pisani-Ferry. I'll be speaking in French. I think that I made a mistake to speak in English, because Sir William Cash obviously didn't understand what I was saying. My English must be very bad. I didn't want to express myself against competitiveness and in favor of systematic regulation and public expenditure. On the other hand, I was trying to explain that growth should come from deep-reaching changes in our economies, and that these changes were to move away from certain 20th century regulations and to move towards an economy which was more based on mobility and innovation, but also to deal with some of the problems which exist, which that would bring up, and not hide the fact that an economy of this kind can create inequalities, and it's an economy where a part of the population may fear the consequences it faces because of these innovations and these new types of growth. There were a number of comments on the issue of comparison between the United States and Europe, and the reason why we have different circumstances. Paolo Guerrieri raised this, but also Mr. Kanizewski raised this. My analysis is that the big difference is a difference in sequencing between Europe and the United States. The United States has understood better than us and earlier than us that there isn't just a budgetary issue to be solved, but there's also a banking system issue to be solved, that there was a private debt issue, and they gave priority to solving these two problems over the budgetary solution. When I say priority, I'm saying a time priority. That doesn't mean that the budgetary issue is not important, but an economy where banks were shored up, where households were highly indebted, is a economy which is where households can get credit, is an economy which can progress, which can grow. Now, does shale gas make a difference? This is something which we should do in Europe, as in the United States. The forecasts are that shale gas will make a significant contribution to U.S. growth. But at the same time, we can't think that we have the same kind of territory of the United States, independently of how we want to deal with shale gas. Our population is much more dense, and we don't have the same kind of potential as the United States. It would be ignoring geography to think that we have. Now, more generally, there are a number of questions and comments on austerity policies and adjustment policies. This is something which is linked to some extent to the point I was making in general about a comparison with the United States. I think we've paid a very high price for some of the adjustments which we've needed to make. And a lot of these adjustments had to be made. But in the early years of 2000, there were situations which were unsustainable in certain countries, and it was very important to rebalance their accounts. We haven't done everything in the most efficient way and the most effective way, and we've caused some sacrifices which perhaps were not necessary. And I understand the criticism which is made in a number of countries. Now, rebalancing is important at this point, and the question was raised as to how to rebalance the European economy. It's an essential point for the future. We've re-established some balance in current accounts. There is, within the Euro zone at least, but this rebalancing is something which is done on the basis of very different internal situations. So the question is how we can move from this rebalancing, which can be done with a reconstruction of the trading of the sector of tradable goods, and how we can get investment to move towards this sector, how we're going to fund it, whether we're going to have funds which are much more equity funding compared to the early period of the euro when we had much more banking investments with very volatile capital flows. And I think that all these issues of establishing a capital markets union is very important. Investment, a number of people have said this, a lot of people have emphasized this, but there is some ambiguity with regard to public and private investment. I agree with Piercarlo Padoan. There are public investment components where the diagnosis shows us there's a lack of public investment, but this is not the general situation. In many cases, it will be necessary to rely mostly on private investment, and therefore establish the features which will promote private investment. That doesn't mean that public action can do nothing. That's why I say establishing a regulatory framework which establishes clarity and initiatives for funding, creating a capital market, a common single capital market is important, and there can also be mixed funding, and this is all connected to what the European Investment Bank can do. I would tend to think that around the EIB we have a system which overemphasizes loans and doesn't emphasize equity financing enough, so there's the problem of risk-taking in the current, under the current provisions. We can't ask the EIB to do this within its terms of reference, but we could look for instruments which look towards greater risk-taking for public and private funding. With regard to the reforms and the way of undertaking these reforms and controlling their effects, I think that we have to have a complex approach. Some reforms are costly for short-term growth. in certain cases, there are effects on confidence which are negative. There are effects on employment which are negative. So there are some reforms which are costly, and we've seen quite a lot of these. But this doesn't apply to all structural reforms. You shouldn't think that structural reform automatically means something which is bad for short-term growth, and therefore that we should oppose these reforms. And in the same way, we can't say that reforms are systematically positive for growth. I think that reforms are investments. Among these reforms, some are more favorable for short-term growth. For example, if you reduce rents on the commodities market, when this leads to lower prices, you create greater purchasing power. And also you have generate greater demand on the part of households who can take advantage of this greater purchasing power. So there's things which are good for medium-term growth and some which are good for short-term growth. So I think that in reform policies we need to try to put together a strategy which can allow us to make use of both effects, the medium-term supply effects and the short-term demand effects. And now I'd like to come to the issue of inequalities, and this will be, I'll conclude there. This was raised by many of you. What I said was that I feel that we need to recognize that there are trade-offs between growth and inequality. Growth and inequality. There are some features in innovation-based markets which make it difficult for this to benefit the greatest number of the population. That doesn't mean that growth policies are bad for equality. We shouldn't choose between equality and growth. It would be wrong. There are some policies which can be good for growth and equality. I mentioned education, but there are others as well. And there are certain cases where we have to admit that we have to make an investment, we have to accept. Take the example again of these enterprises which are created and innovative, and the people founding these companies make a fortune. That's not something which is favorable to equality. But we have to consider how we can generate instruments which will ensure that the positive effects of these innovations are disseminated as much as possible within society. The relationship between growth and equality is not a one-way relationship. There are major debates on when the return on capital is greater than growth, whether this will generate inequality. But growth in general is good for equality. Thank you, Mr. Pisani. And I'd like to give the floor to Rita Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank Italy for arranging this conference, and I'm very glad that EU presidency has so strongly emphasized growth and employment in its goals. I very much agree with these goals, but the actual question is how to find ways to reach the goals, and of course this has been the aim what we have handled and discussed here. It is easy to agree with the speakers that we need investment, both private and the public. And we also need better coordination with all financing sources. Maybe we need also new policies. But now we have our strategy 2020, and this is supposed to be strategy for growth. I'm sure that finding ways to answer global challenges, just as global warming, we also have a major potential for long-term growth and employment. And I think that this content should be very important for all of us, the whole Union, but also Member States. Youth unemployment is a specific problem that goes throughout whole our continent. It takes away a possibility from young people to participate and start to build their own future. In Finland, we were one of the first countries introduced a youth guarantee scheme that aims to provide a job or an education for young people in 3 months after being unemployment. And I think, as there was said, that the education for all generations is the main issue. Although due to the weak recovery of the economy, it hasn't yet reached its full potential, this youth guarantee, but we have managed to substantially reduce long-term young unemployment and increase young activation, and that way what I think it is important combat social exclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Hans Michaelbach.
Mr. President, I am happy that I can speak here in this chamber of the Republic of Italy. Dear colleagues, we have to ask the core question today, namely whether the strategy, and particularly the tools intended to achieve economic growth, are really successful today and will be successful in the future. I do not believe that the issue here is the different capabilities of the European countries. This is not the core issue here. There are different capabilities, but in the strong countries we also have higher risks with regard to European policies and also with regard to European guarantees. It's about finding the right concept. Budget consolidation has been carried out in Germany with success. So in Germany, budgetary consolidation did lead to a boost of the economy and not an extension of the debt situation. It is about continuing to find a budgetary consolidation measure that leads to more growth. We shouldn't turn away from this strategy. The so-called innovation offensive that Sapin, Schäuble and Juncker started are fleshing out this growth-friendly budgetary consolidation. But first and foremost, we need to achieve more in the field of private investments. Public investments is one side of the equation, but the essential part is private investments. And if we don't find out what the reason for the hesitation of private companies to invest is, we will never be successful. The insecurities in the Eurozone need to be done away with, and there needs to be more trust in the reforms, in the policies, and in the fiscal policies. And there also needs to be sufficient confidence in our abilities to act. Turning away from the path of consolidation would lead to a resurgence of the crisis. The debt levels continue to be too high in many countries. The European structural funds need to be reviewed and adjusted with regard to growth measures, and I'm very skeptical with regard to the monetary support which was mentioned here. The effectiveness of the ECB monetary policy by buying questionable financial titles is something that should be very much questioned as far as stability and confidence is concerned. I don't believe that the current low interest rate policy and monetary policy of the ECB is beneficial for the stability, and it will also not be able to deal with the sovereign debt situation. The risks will increase with this low interest rate policy, whereas the positive stimulating effects will decrease, and the trust of the citizens will not increase with this monetary policy. The monetary stability needs to be the main issue. We should not enter into a system of fiscal dominance of the ECB. Thank you.
Francesco Cariello, prego.
Francesco Cariello has the floor. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, and I'd like to welcome all of our guests today. I shall try to be very brief, but I really think that we should state here that we have an objective that unites us. But from what we can gather, we are divided very much by the proposals and the instruments we prefer. I would like to raise another point. The time is limited. We don't think that we have that much time left to be able to act. And therefore, I think that it is important that we really seek out our unity in dealing with the approaches and instruments that divide us. We're talking about economic governance. We're talking about the provisions of the Fiscal Compact. We're also speaking about the space that we're trying to find and the flexibility that we need. There's a dichotomy here. It's almost as if it were flexibility against austerity. This, in our opinion, may well be the major issue for Europe today. It's a dichotomy, and it's hard to see how to overcome it. Our movement, the Five-Star Movement, calls for all countries to find a united approach in overcoming this dichotomy, because the two paths, flexibility and austerity, will never come together. So we don't think it's useful to remain entrenched in these two antithetical positions, which will continue to divide our countries. And the only outcome of this antithetical approach is a war of opinion or a financial war. And we do see a financial war being waged by our countries. We think that the only instrument of the Fiscal Compact is the Article 13, which is included in the title of this interparliamentary conference. We think that this is a democratic tool that can help us, and we should set this as our objective today. The objective is a sustainable development that is oriented to people, to human beings. We should dedicate this session to finding the way to overcome this dichotomy and give the new European Commission a very clear mandate. It's not a policy mix of flexibility and austerity. We have to go beyond that, rewrite the rules, keep human beings at the very heart of our concerns. In the Human Development Index, that is the only path, the only way we can open a new chapter in the history of our Europe. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. Jan Kreiner has the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the Europe as we know today is a continent with no growth, high deficits and surging unemployment. And actually, I don't see that anybody has a clue how this is going to change in a short period. Business is not investing, private households are not consuming, and the public budgets are tight and getting tighter. As soon as a country exceeds 3% deficit or has a high debt ratio to GDP, the excessive debt or the excessive deficit procedure kicks into place. Troika flies in with helicopters into the capitals affected with a clear signal: national government, you're not getting your job done, we're taking over. The debt you're making today is our debt tomorrow, so we're going to take over. And the sounds of these helicopters flying over the suburbs of the cities are perceived as fear. They're perceived as lower wages. They're perceived as higher unemployment, as less jobs and less opportunities. And I think a Europe of tomorrow could be different. Maybe we don't need this excessive debt procedure. Maybe we need something like an excessive unemployment procedure. As soon as the unemployment in a country gets over 3%, maybe then the helicopter should come in, the troika should come in, and maybe they would not be perceived as fear in the suburbs, but as hope for more jobs, higher wages, more opportunities. And maybe we can finance these projects or this new Europe with a financial transaction tax, and maybe we can lower taxes for people that work, that make their income on work. I think in entire Europe we have a very similar structure that 50 to 60% of our national income is earned by those that make their income by work, and 40 or maybe even 50% in some countries is made from people that have capital income or wealth income. And if you look at the tax side, then those that work, that get a little more than half of the cake, pay for 80 or 90% of the taxes. And those that get 40 or 50% of national income, capital and wealth income, only pay 10 or 20% of the taxes. So maybe we should reduce taxes on labor, reduce taxes on income of people that go to work, and on the other hand, raise taxes for capital and for wealth, and also have a financial transaction tax so we can finance a new Europe. Thank you.
Grazie. Jan Krein.
Thank you, Jan Kreiner. Valérie Rabour now has the floor. Thank you, Chairman. I have a question that I am addressing particularly to Minister Padoan. You mentioned, Minister, that there's a lack of growth in Europe, and you also said that there is a lack of the institutions that we need to support this growth. In all the statements we've heard this afternoon, only one colleague mentioned the 300 billion investment proposed by the President of the European Commission, Mr. Juncker. So I would like to hear your opinion on this sum of 300 billion. Do you consider that there is a lack of investment and that these 300 billion are necessary to promote growth? Do you think that this should be public investment supported by governments and Europe at the same time? Do you think that the horizon of this 300 billion should be 1, 2, 3 years? Or can we go up to 10 years, which would be my opinion, 10 years of investment? And 300 billion investment. Would you consider, as some of our colleagues have mentioned this afternoon, that this could also be private investment? Wouldn't you think that the lion's share should be public investment so that that 300 billion can be effectively invested in a way that will really create and generate more growth in Europe? Thank you.
Grazie. La parola ora a Lucio Malan. Prego.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The title of this session is The European Path to Growth. What a good thing, I would say. Let's start now. Yes, I say let's start because not much has been done so far, or what has been done has not been very effective, as the data shows. In a situation where the GDP, the European GDP, depends around 73% on the services, without a strong internal demand, we will never have growth. But as long as the internal demand is weakened by policies of austerity, very virtuous, but not often very wise, we will not have strong internal demand and we will not have growth. We need competitiveness, and it is hard for the European companies to be competitive with an overvalued euro. The euro now is a little less overvalued, thanks not to European measures, actually, but rather to the intervention of the Federal Reserve that pushed up the dollar and, by consequence, pushed down the euro. We need competition in every field, Mr. Padoan, even in the field of Italian toll motorways, where the government has a plan to extend contracts to the contractors for 30 years, preventing both domestic and international competition. That is just the opposite of competition. We need reflation. We need reflationary policies. It is the plan of Mr. Juncker of 300 billion euro investment is a very good thing, but it might be too little. First of all, it must be implemented, but it might be too little if we consider that Obama's stimulus plan was worth $800 million, and it did have effects. We see the American economy is growing much more than European economy, so we should think about that. Inflation, you said that, Mr. Padoan, the intention to go for 2% of inflation, but you turned around the very word that is the word of today. You say that we are experiencing low inflation and inflation near to zero, but what we are experiencing today is deflation. So inflation is a little like blood pressure. If it is too high, it's dangerous for your health. If it is low at a good level, it is good for your health. It is zero. It means that you are dead. And we want to live and grow like the too few children that are born in Europe.
Grazie.
Thank you, Senator Malan. Now I'd like to give the floor to Edmund Wittbrod.
Very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like, first of all, to thank you, our Italian colleagues, for the hospitality and for inviting us to such beautiful plenary hall. I also would like to thank you, all the speakers, for the introductions. They were excellent. Of course, I fully agree that the most important is education, research, innovation, single market, including the market of energy, pro-growth, fiscal policy, competition in the global scale. All of these elements are mentioned in the strategy Europe 2020, as it has been already mentioned by several speakers, also by my colleague from Polish Sejm, that we expect that we achieve the goals which are in the Europe strategy. Seems to be that they are too weak if we still have the problems with achieving such parameters. I think that instruments of the structural reforms which are needed might be not enough strong for the bigger growth in the long-term perspective. It also has been mentioned here about the role of investment. I think that they are really needed for the as an additional impulse when they based on the strategical investment projects, pro-innovation, pro-growth, but they are also, it's not important if they are from the private or public sector. Better would be if they are from the private, but also the private, public are needed. The most important is if they are addressed to the right investment. Also, it has been mentioned that the actions are important which are undertaken on the national level and also in the European level. And I would like to ask the Minister Padoan and also Professor Passini-Ferri, what do you think about the proposal which was said by the Minister of Finances of Poland, that perhaps it should be necessary to establish the European Investment Fund, which will be in the frame of Stability and Growth Pact and also the Fiscal Pacts, just for the acceleration of the economical growth. Seems to be that it is possible. in the Stability and Growth Pact. What do you think about such an idea? Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Thank you. And now the floor to Bruno Rossmann. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Eurozone is threatened by deflation, unemployment, poverty, and public debt are still rising. And even growing parts of our young people have no generation. The main reason for this development is a wrong and excessive austerity strategy combined with wage cuts arising mainly from structural reforms. As long as the euro crisis and unemployment are fought by wage cuts, prices will tend to fall, public debt will increase, and saving will be the consequence. What follows is that businesses and enterprises don't invest but dismiss employees who in turn must save themselves. This, I think, is the direct way that leads Europe into depression. Therefore, I think what we need in Europe and in the Eurozone is a change of strategy. And I would like to stress two important steps of this change of strategy. The first is we need to loosen the Fiscal Compact and the Stability Compact in the sense that we have to allow the golden rule for investment. A second thing is that we need to increase wages. These can be done either by tax measures, by lowering taxes on labor, and by increasing taxes on wealth or taxes on resources. But this can also be happened by establishing minimum wages all over Europe. The last years, to my point of view, have shown that the governments are not in a position to control public debts, but what we can learn and what we should learn is that public debts and public deficit is the result of the overall economic development. Without a demand-driven growth strategy, and as a Green I would like to add a green growth strategy, no jobs or not enough jobs will be created and living conditions will not be improved all over the Eurozone and the EU as a whole. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. And now the floor to Franco Carraro. Senator Carraro, thank you to the speakers, and thanks in particular for the very useful comparison with the United States. In actual fact, in 2008, after the Lehman Brothers collapse, the problem began. But we should not forget that up to 2011, the ECB was combating inflation essentially up to 2011. In the meantime, poverty increased. The middle class has been downsized in terms of numbers and in terms of available disposable income. And the gap between the poor, ever smaller middle class, and the wealthy has become wider and wider. And this has led not only to social damage, which is totally unacceptable, but damaged the economy, because the demand and consumption has plummeted. The idea which citizens often have is that individual states and Europe are passing the buck to each other, and their individual responsibilities are practically cancelled out. It's necessary for them to work together in a non-bureaucratic way. It is indispensable to have an investment plan, both for public investments and for private investments, which need to be incentivized. We need to have a very realistic understanding of where public expenditure can be cut and how far a reduction of public expenditure has an effect on the quality of life and the standard of living of citizens, particularly in the less wealthy classes. This is a problem which has to be addressed with realism. Europe can state that it has the welfare system which is most respectful of human dignity. We have to consider how much of that can be maintained and how much needs to be rationalized. But we can't accept the idea of Europe becoming a continent which is totally self-enclosed and focused on itself. Thank you. The floor to Igor Pimenov.
So, dear Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I took the agenda in order to ask questions to key speakers. The background note to the session 1, which we regard now, stipulates that by way of response to the problem of private debt, the European Banking Union project was introduced to prevent repetition of the systemic crisis in the lending sector. Whereas another background to another section 3 concerning the Banking Union, it is said that its purpose of the Banking Union is to create conditions so that the excessive private debt, households and business can no longer jeopardize the financial stability of banks. As obviously the issue of the private debt cannot be reduced to financial stability of banks, could Mr. Padoan give his remedy to avoid the private debt which was in the nutshell of the crisis and can lead to another bubble once again? I see that several solutions have been mentioned already. Still, what could be the proposal of the Italian presidency? Thank you.
Grazie a lei. La parola ora.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danuta Hübner.
Thank you very much. I fully share the views, I think, of both speakers, but also many colleagues, that growth will not just happen, that we need strong pro-growth policies and also engagement of all levels of European governments. And I would like to add 2 points to what has been discussed already. And the first point is on transatlantic trade and investment agreement. The Commission has been negotiating for more than a year on behalf of the Union and the Member States this agreement with the United States, and this is a comprehensive agreement which is aiming at regulatory coherence and cooperation, and it can become in the mid-term an extremely powerful growth, jobs, but also competitiveness lever for Europe. But there are also today, as we see it, mounting risks that might work against these chances to have the negotiation finalized in this narrow window of opportunity by the end of the Mr. Obama administration. So I think we need also from national parliaments support for this process of paramount importance, I think, for growth and jobs in the European Union. And my second point is on small and medium-sized companies. I think if you look back at European experience, economic and social history, we can see that Europe has been actually for decades good in efficiency-driven growth, but today we must clearly tap into what is beyond the horizon. And this is, of course, meaning shifting our growth strategy towards what was underlined already, innovation-driven growth. And in Europe, innovation-driven growth means, by definition, globally competitive small and medium-sized companies, which are core of European economy. But internal market does not push small and medium-sized companies towards global competitiveness. Most of them stay parochial, and they believe that remaining local and selling at local market, or the best European markets, means that they don't have to care about global competition and global competitiveness. But global competition is around the corner also. For those selling locally, they have to compete with global companies which also come to our local markets. And also the local European SMEs, they also have to respond to the new tastes of consumers, which are also shaped globally by global trends. So I think we must look anew at the Small Business Act to see really to what extent the SMEs can better exploit internal market potential to build their own global competitiveness. And just very briefly, financial ministers, I think they seem to disagree about their role in bringing more investment to Europe, and Draghi calls for action, in fact, does not receive support from governments. And I think that national governments clearly need to feel that national parliaments are with them in this effort, for example, to provide the guarantees for ECB initiative to expand credit facility for SMEs. So I think we really need an engagement of all institutions representing also citizens, not only governments that it's very easy for us to criticize, but I think we need the mobilization of all political forces that we have in Europe to get growth as soon as possible. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Karine Berger. Thank you, Chairman. The different statements this afternoon, I think, have shown a general consensus on the comments of Minister Padoan and other speaker. We all are in favor of growth in the economy. It will require competitiveness, production, productivity. As Minister Padoan said, referring to the need to stimulate demand, and there are different ways to go about it, public and private investment. But there is a general agreement on how the treaty can be used to achieve this objective. I'm more surprised to see that there's one word that hasn't been pronounced yet in this floor, or only referred to very indirectly. And it has to do with deflation. If we listen to Mr. Draghi carefully and his latest comments in terms of monetary policy, it would appear to be that the major macroeconomic issue of our time is not competitiveness, which we have. We have problems of financing our industry and business. We have supply and demand. But the real issue appears to be deflation. Now, we have two great economists here, so I won't remind you of how deflation is triggered, how it develops, how it becomes a situation one cannot come back from through monetary policy. But it is a question that we, members of parliament, should be raising today in a very urgent way. While you may have many medium and long-term monetary policies, we still have to deal with the emergency situations, the very short term. And if we allow deflation to take ground in our continent, deflation of assets, then deflation of market prices, the risk is that all the efforts we make otherwise to have good fiscal policy, a good trade policy, good innovation, good productivity, will serve to nothing, because we will be in stagnation. So I really would like to hear from you how our treaty, our fiscal compact, can help us deal with this situation. And is there a consensus in Europe on the fact that the great danger for Europe today is deflation?
Sì. E ora la parola a Laura.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Laura Agea. Thank you, Chairman. Colleagues, I would like to clarify a few points. The Minister Padoan spoke about liquidity. Does he mean injecting liquidity into the real economy, or the sort of liquidity that is simply being given to banks and has been for many years? The Minister also mentioned mobility, and his colleague, Minister Poletti, did so in Brussels as well. Should we use the right word? Precarious employment. That is the condition that our citizens found themselves in now for the last couple of decades. And then the word guarantee. To have mobility, social mobility, you need to have guarantees in social terms, in employment terms. You cannot have mobility without these guarantees. And Minister, you mentioned the downward trend of prices. Shall we use the term deflation, because that is the word that should be used to describe the downward trend in prices? Unemployment has reached levels in Italy that are hard to imagine, and we see unemployment in all sectors involving every age bracket and every segment of the population. And it is being addressed in the wrong way, in a way that serves political purposes alone. Small and medium-sized businesses must be put in a position in which they can hire, and they cannot continue to have to pay 65% payroll taxes, which is far too much for small employers. We have to deal against informal employment. Jobs are the foundation of our constitution. It's a right to be able to work, and we have to give this possibility to young people in Italy and Europe. Austerity policies are dooming our children to tangible and intangible poverty. Minister Padoan, do you think that the Fiscal Compact is the necessary and the right tool to win these battles? And Minister Padoan, you're not answering me, you're answering the citizens and the workers. The overall tax levels is 65% in Italy now, and these are data of the World Bank. Do you think that we can find our way out of the tunnel without and the sacrifices imposed by the Fiscal Compact without paying too high a price? Thank you, Laura Gea. And now I'd like to give the floor to Fabio De Masi. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. We'd like to thank the Italian presidency for their hospitality here.
A comparatively young member of parliament who was elected in Germany but of Italian origin, and I can assure you, whatever our economic position in this House is, that we have no time to lose, and the young generation has no time to lose, because they lose their future in the public bars and in the piazzas, and Europe will not survive based on that situation. There was a lot of debate today about public investment and private investment, and some colleagues asked what we should do different. So to paraphrase Bill Clinton, I would say it's not the economy stupid, it's the austerity stupid. So it's very clear that when you have private households deleveraging, why should business invest when the state does the same? It's a matter of very simple balances and economic logic. And second of all, some of my German colleagues said that we have low growth and we have rising deficits, and this would prove that deficits lead to low growth. It's the other way around. We had low growth, and that's why we have rising deficits, and it proves that austerity is not working in Europe. Lastly, let me say we have this wonderful Stability and Growth Pact. I don't think it's so wonderful, and we know what Romano Prodi once said about it. But you can have no stability without growth. And I would also like to address to the British colleague who said you need competitiveness. Japan was an example of an economy in the 1980s where everybody said, ooh, Japan, it's so competitive. We need to be afraid of Japan. What happened to Japan? They sink into deflation, into stagnation. Lastly, let me say the problem is that fiscal policy is hampered right now in Europe, also by means of self-constraint, by the Fiscal Compact. And so I think we need a quick reaction. And we had the ECB pumping liquidity into banks without having any real effect on credit to the real economy. So my proposal is that we think about the ECB within certain limits, financing public investment, for example, via the European Investment Bank. And it's not such a radical proposal. It has been advanced by Joseph Stiglitz, by Martin Wolf from the Financial Times and others. And second of all, there's a lot of talk about structural reforms and investment. I love structural reforms, but I love the right structural reforms. There was already mentioned the increasing wealth in Europe. The wealth of European millionaires exceeds the whole public debt of all 28 European member states. And so I think we need structural reforms that don't continue to hit the majority of the population. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. La parola ora a
Now I give the floor to Gabriella Cretu.
Grazie. We very much thank our Italian colleagues for their effort in organizing the meeting, and of course the speakers for reminding us the most acceptable ways to relaunch the growth in Europe. However, allow me 3 short comments, or at least one, it depends on the time. Speaking about growth, we have to stress ever and ever again that the main issue is the lack of total demand, a sensible, a sustainable demand, not an artificial one. A more integrated internal market cannot create new total demand in the European Union as long as there are not changes in the distribution of income. Without reducing income inequalities, current demand can only move from one place to another. We could introduce a kind of traceability of income indicators in EU to prove it. Besides social disparities, it is another issue here. Our market has 3 defining characteristics: supply, demand, and price. Or at the moment, we have an internal market for goods and services, a total mobility of capital, more or less free access to land using or buying, but we have 28 labor markets, not only 28 social security systems, as we are used to saying, with different levels of market prices. The very high differences between salaries has no link with productivity or another indicator. Romania has a half of European productivity, but the average salary is 6 times smaller. An example. Inequalities within a country and inequalities between countries have to be dealt with. We have, of course, fiscal consolidation, which prevents public demand to be financed. Instead of spending energy to invent new necessities for those who have money already, we could try to satisfy the existing necessities of those who have so much money, reducing inequalities and allowing responsible governments to financing public spending. The conclusion is obvious and perhaps surprising for you. There are no solutions to our problems without at least a soft political union. And to put upside down, in a way, the current report between economics and politics. I have still 15 seconds. My next comments, next round. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Gli ultimi 2 interventi.
Last 2 speakers. Antonio Fenech first.
I'd like to thank the Italian presidency for organizing this important event. It's very interesting to know that we are still debating whether austerity and growth are against each other. I've even heard the phrase being said, austerity has failed. In reality, austerity was not a matter of political choice. Austerity was a matter of fact. Countries were bankrupt. And when you're bankrupt, there's nothing else to do but stop paying. And it was only because other countries decided to support those member states that obviously they could start actually moving forward. But this required an effort from their end, which unfortunately was to take the tough decisions. We call those tough decisions austerity. We don't like them, But in reality, it's like a patient who's sick, who's telling his doctor, I don't like the medicine you're giving me, but the doctor doesn't tell him stop taking the medicine. He tells him you have to keep taking it. I can't give you sugar. However, I'd like to commend the Minister who gave his comments on the importance of finding a balance, and also the term used about growth-friendly consolidation. Actually, growth-friendly consolidation is harder than simple fiscal consolidation, because fiscal consolidation is just getting your number under 3% somehow. Growth-friendly consolidation is about qualitative spending. It's about not increasing your expenditure, it's containing it and using it effectively by spending in the areas that generate growth, not mere social transfers. I also say that in the debate today we've talked very little about who's going to generate the growth. We talked very generically about competitiveness, but in reality growth will only come from Europe's small businesses. We've forgotten about them. We talk about a lot of big things, about banks, about what big projects and investments governments need to do, how we're going to spend further. But in reality, if one small business had to employ one new employee this year, and all Europe's small businesses would do that, we need to import employment. We would not have an issue of unemployment. So the answer is in the small, not the big. However, in devising our measures, we forget the small. I take a simple example. I'm not yet so sure how much the banking union is the most brilliant idea. Possibly it was necessary to give us stability. But now we have a situation where the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. And why the ECB Monetary Council has reduced interest rates to an all-time low, bringing them negative, precisely to encourage credit to businesses and make banks actually lend money, the asset review is telling the banks don't lend money because it's too risky. So it's no longer an issue of pricing a loan, pricing the interest rate of the loan, but still giving the loan. It's about not giving it. And businesses, therefore, can't employ people, can't grow, because there's no credit. We are not giving them the credit with the policies, unfortunately, we are instilling, because we have become too control freaks. We need to control governments. I don't agree with whatever said that we need to re-unwind the Stability and Growth Pact and the Fiscal Pact. I was part of it for 9 years. I was Minister for Finance for 9 years. So I've seen the crisis start and I've seen it come close to the end before the change of government. We had already situations where we've done stimulus packages. What did stimulus packages do? They bankrupt our governments, and we came on the problem we are today. So it's not the same answer. The answer is small businesses, and I hope the European Parliament will give a push, serious push, to deregulation of businesses, not of governments, of businesses. Let's really deregulate businesses by 25%, and that's by reducing the burden of legislation we have at European level. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. Lubis Blacha, last speaker.
Thank you very much. Dear Chair, thank you for the opportunity to discuss so important issues. We are living in the times of growing social crisis. The poverty in Europe is growing, the unemployment is growing, the inequalities are growing, only the growth is not growing. This is the result of the politics of so-called neoliberalism in Europe. It is based on the principles of privatization, liberalization and deregulation. In my opinion, we should replace these neoliberal principles by the revival of the state intervention in the economy, by more protection of our social European model, by more redistribution and welfare provisions for our peoples. We are talking about the dimension of European Union, but the reality is still the same. And the liberalization of markets go on. Indeed, there is a very dangerous deal in negotiation, so-called TTIP, the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership between EU and the USA. This huge trade deal can eliminate our European social and environmental model forever. The most striking is that this TTIP is negotiated without the participation of people or their representatives, without transparency, without democracy. I'm afraid that we are living in the times of the American colonization, and we, the national parliaments, have no say to that. It can bring more inequalities and more poverty to Europe. It can bring the devastating race to the bottom as regards the social and environmental standards or the security of our food. I consider this trade deal the most important danger for European social model. Don't forget the neoliberal dogma that the free trade and global liberalisation will help to solve our problems. It will not. It will endanger social values and democratic principles. We need to control the globalisation, not let the globalisation control us. I call for more democracy in economy, more society's control in markets, and I call for the revival of the state. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Blacher. That concludes the statements. I would now like to ask our speakers to respond, possibly keeping to 5 minutes. And I would remind you all that at the end of the first session, we will not break, but there is a place for refreshments that is open non-stop. So if you do feel like having a break and having something, you may leave the hall and go and find it outside. Before giving the floor to Minister Padoan, I would like to thank you all for having respected the speaking time that was allotted, and for the ability you have shown to focus on such important issues and concentrate so much in so little time. At this point, I would like our speakers to try to respond to some of the comments also made by President Boldrini in the opening statements that were mentioned again by the representatives of the different groups and national parliaments. For the sake of avoiding ambiguity, some colleagues have mentioned the fact that it is not right to weaken the stronger countries with the aim of strengthening the weakers. Others have said that there is the risk of not strengthening the weak, so out of fear of weakening the stronger. So we have the risk of Europe proceeding at two different speeds, and we have the Fiscal Compact. So there are some questions I think we need to answer before the end of our 4 sessions. And one of the questions I would ask the Italian minister during this important period of the Italian presidency for an overall consideration on European rules. And in a situation of such low growth and deflation, which is something new for Europe, would it not be appropriate to reconsider, to rethink these rules, and what conditions, and reflection on balancing the budget and the rules on debt? In normal conditions, respecting one of these rules entails respecting the other, but these are normal conditions in which the GDP is growing, although slightly. Even in the absence of real growth, there's nominal growth with the overall increase in prices. It's the case, but as we have to reduce not the overall stock of debt by 1/20th over 6 years, according to the six-pack, but between two variables expressed in nominal terms, the debt numerator and the GDP denominator. It has been shown that when you have a situation of a square balance, the growth of the nominal GDP reduces the debt to GDP ratio, which means that additional corrective measures may be avoided. But the issue that does arise, and not only in Italy, is when you have a reduction in the nominal GDP. Now, in Italy, this had never happened before. Ever since the end of the Second World War till today, it had never happened. It happened in 2008, 2009, 2012, 2013. We hope it's not going to happen again in 2014. But it has happened 3 times since the end of the Second World War, but these 3 times have all occurred in the last 5 years. The situation may be the source of major problems, and in this situation, as President Boldrini mentioned in her statement, it is not enough simply to adopt a sort of uncertain flexibility provided for by laws, a flexibility that isn't transparent, that isn't adequate, and that isn't prompt. So the question is whether the lack of a anti-cyclical policy at a European level, or at least a policy that is coordinated in a binding way among all of the European countries, should not be reviewed and not lead to the general rules. And many believe that a reduction of the GDP is largely to be attributed to the austerity policies adopted throughout Europe under push of the Commission. Potential growth triggered by restrictive policies leads to a worsening of the structural balances, which would lead to the introduction of new austerity measures, lead to a sort of perverse cycle, and we would be in the presence of necessary tools, but also a situation that could be extremely harmful. And the application of these rules could be extremely harmful. I'm sure that all of us as lawmakers at different levels, we would very much wish to avoid that sort of situation. So I'll conclude by inviting Professor Pisani-Ferry and Minister Padoan to answer the question: is the issue lack of demand? Is the solution to be found also by rewriting the rules, knowing that fiscal policy, as mentioned by Minister Padoan, is determined by the Fiscal Compact, and monetary policy is in the hands of the European Central Bank? Thank you. Minister Padoan, you are the first of the floor. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for this very intense question, request for clarification you have given. And if possible, I will try to respond. But first of all, I would like to touch on some of the many points that have been raised by the distinguished parliamentarians here. I've been asked what I thought in detail about President Juncker's proposal for the 300 billion investment plan in Europe, and what I thought of the proposal of the Polish finance minister of a fund to support real growth. Well, as I already said, in the ECOFIN meeting, I believe that these measures need to be studied in depth, looking in concrete ideas that need to be developed. ECOFIN has asked the offices of the European Commission and the European Investment Bank to submit a report. The first report will be discussed in the next ECOFIN meeting in Luxembourg mid-October. Having said that, I'm not personally in a position to say whether 300 billion plus or minus is the right figure. Certainly, as I repeatedly said this afternoon, we need to invest more. Both public and private investment needs to increase. Another point raised was using the taxation lever to foster growth and increase employment. I am resolutely in favor of measures that can decrease the taxation wedge, especially taxation levels on labor. The government has taken some measures already in this direction. We're considering other measures to be adopted in the future stability law. It is an issue that will be addressed by the Eurogroup again. It's an important convergence between structural tools such as taxation and monetary policy management. Regarding small SMEs, I agree there's a need for targeted policy. It's a very broad area. I would say that in building a capital markets union in Europe needs to take into account ad hoc measures for small and medium-sized businesses, facilitating also the asset-backed securities that the European Central Bank is considering in a system that must be highly transparent and used by SMEs and the banks that fund them. Finally, questions were asked on deflation. I've been invited to use this word more precisely. I shall be precise then. We are in a regime that uses not a very nice neologism and speaks of a situation of persistent low inflation, which is positive inflation, although very, very low. So technically, we're not in a situation of deflation. However, technically, it does become deflation when the expectations regarding price levels are on a downward trend. And we know that the inflation expectations of the monetary union have remained very weakly positive. In the short term, no, though. So we're beginning to see the first signs with short-term expectations translating into the longer term. This does mean that there is an enhanced risk of deflation, or it could mean that there is an enhanced risk of deflation. I am confident that the European Central Bank is watching over the situation, is ready to use different tools if needed to address that risk. Finally, the very difficult question that was asked by Chairman Boccia. I shall try to summarize as follows. There are three critical points which in the current set of measures for fiscal policy point to a very critical situation. The macroeconomic conditions are not normal. And the central point is what I mentioned before, deflation and a serious risk of deflation. By definition, debt sustainability is undermined, with all other conditions being equal. If this were not the case, but if this were the case, we would have serious doubts on the sustainability of the debt in countries that have high debt levels. Chairman Boccia pointed out another point that is relevant, though difficult, which is calculating the structural deficit. As you know, it means having an idea of the trend of potential income. In some countries, potential income in recent years is given as declining, not zero, not even slow growth, but declining, because of mechanisms that often are related to the statistical difficulty in actually measuring the potential income. But it has major implications, as the chairman quite rightly mentioned, because it entails the risk of policies that aim at correcting this imbalance turning on themselves. This because we don't have a statistically effective measurement of such an important variable. All of this points to a major weakness in our current approach. And finally, another point that has come into our evaluation of macroeconomic policy in European Union countries quite rightly, and therefore in this way in the Fiscal Compact and all of the supervisory mechanisms, and that is the structural. Two, we're lagging behind. We cannot evaluate the impact of the structural reform in full, but structural reform is being asked for. It must be implemented. Our government is currently doing so, but we must have a clear what this means in terms of the impact on the budget and short and medium and long-term growth prospects. I realize, Chairman, that I haven't given you a full answer to your question, but the issues you raised are highly relevant. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Thank you for the clarity and transparency of your response. Professor Pisani. Thank you, Chairman. I shall be brief. Piercarlo Padoan has already answered some of the points, and I agree with what he has said. I will start with the question on deflation. raised by Roger. I think that the question today is not so much what do we risk. I think the question today is what is the problem today? We're talking about the euro area. In the euro area, nominal growth has been projected by the ECB to 1.5% of lower levels. So real growth plus inflation runs the risk to 1%. We are already in a situation that is alarming because we have the past debt now weighing excessively, and it creates a situation in which the real interest rate is too high compared to the situation of the European economy and the balance of supply and demand. And the risk of the compression of prices reduces competitiveness. So we are in an alarming situation now. Are there any additional risks? Is there a possibility of a Japanese-style scenario in Europe? I think we should focus on the problems we already have today. Can we begin to respond strategically within our current framework? I believe that we can. I believe that the framework as it is today, with its rules and with the measure of flexibility that exists, I think we do have a scope for a strategy to respond. And we agree on the strategy. What does that mean? It means that we have a combination, as Minister Padoan pointed out, a mix of policies, including the reform that we need, structural reform to encourage growth in a number of countries, including my own, having focus on investment. Investment can be part private, part public, and we need the support of the European Central Bank for that. All of this is possible. The difficulty in this is that it is all focused on the medium term. I talked about commitment technology. If we have to be assured of the fact that we have prompt response, and we can say today what we will do tomorrow. In other words, good budgetary policy in a situation such as this is to commitments for tomorrow and support economic activity more than we're doing today. What is really stopping us, preventing us from adopting a response of this type? It's not the rules we have, it's not the framework. There's an intellectual disagreement on the diagnosis of the situation. And I think that this disagreement is not a matter of the different policy preferences that you have. When you have difference in preferences, you can always find a balance. But it's an understanding of the crisis. Is it a fiscal crisis or not? Did the crisis come from an excessively lax budgetary policy? Is it a matter of balance of payments? What are the answers? We must have an agreement on the diagnosis to be able to respond. And unfortunately, it is hard to have a compromise on that. The whole history of this crisis is a history of diagnosis and diagnosis that wasn't agreed upon by different. And often if you don't have agreement on diagnosis, you do not adopt the appropriate solutions. So I think we need to come to a consensus on the diagnosis, and that is what we need to work on in the weeks and months to come. And indeed, time is short. Thank you. Thank you all. Minister Padoan and Professor Pisani-Ferrier, we thank you for your excellent contributions, which bring our first session to a close. And now I'd like to hand over to Daniele Capezzone, Chairman of the Finance Committee of the Chamber of Deputies, who will now chair our second session.
Possiamo riprendere i nostri.
We can resume our proceedings. Thank you, colleagues. I'd like to ask you to take your seats because we're about to begin the second session, which deals with economic and financial governance tools in the EU. This will be preceded, the debate will be preceded by a greeting from Roberto Gualtieri, chairperson of the Econ Committee of the European Parliament, and then there'll be 4 keynote speakers. Gertrude Tumpel-Gugerl, an economist who already head the expert group on debt redemption fund and Eurobills. Then we have Professor Lucrezia Reichlin, Professor of Economics at the London Business School. Then Guntram B. Wolf, Director of the Bruegel Research Institute. And finally, Professor Paolo Savona, Professor Emeritus of Economic Policy. After these keynote talks, we'll have time for discussion. As in the previous session, the time for each discussant will be allotted based on the number of requests there are for the floor and the need to leave some time for the keynote speakers to be able to reply to the points made. So again, I'd like to ask those who wish to take part in the discussion to fill in the form they have in the folders to request the floor. As I mentioned, I would now call on my colleague Roberto Gualtieri to bring his greeting. Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the European Parliament, I wish to express my heartfelt thanks to the Italian Parliament for having organized and prepared this conference. The European Parliament is a convinced supporter of interparliamentary cooperation as a lever to strengthen the European parliamentary system, which has been outlined in the treaties, and strengthening the legitimacy of the democratic supervision and economic governance of Europe is one of the conditions for the construction of a true economic and monetary union which can overcome the asymmetry of responsibility, resources and instruments which the crisis has brought to light. Obviously, supervision and review and legitimation have to occur at the level at which decisions are taken and implemented, but the considerable connection between the union members and the union itself, not only in the procedures of the European semester, in fact with the two-pack now the semesters, but also on the level of economic and political dependency, means that interparliamentary cooperation, which is regular and effective, is essential, and therefore it has to be intensive and not just formal. And this meeting, I think, is an important contribution to this process. But the discussion on governance in the forthcoming session is certainly important and at the same time extremely complex, because on the one hand, faced by the macroeconomic situation with so many problems, it's necessary to act rapidly and therefore give priority to the tools which are already available rather than the more far-sighted plans for governance. But on the other hand, a response which focuses solely on policies and sets aside the issue of strengthening governance and governance instruments runs the risk of being inadequate. If, however, we come to concrete issues, I think we can see that it's possible to link these two aspects, and without waiting for new legal bases, it's possible to achieve innovations on the political level, which can also be the first step towards strengthening governance and the instruments of governance. I'm referring in particular to 3 issues which are at the center of the program of Juncker and the European Council. The issue of greater coordination of economic policies and structural reforms, the issue of so-called flexibility and the issue of flexibility based on the plan announced by President Juncker. In the area of flexibility, I think that it is indispensable to clarify the difference between bad flexibility, understood as exceptions, failure to comply with the rules, and a flexibility which is considered as a full comprehensive use of the rules existing in view of a dual goal. On the one hand, greater effectiveness and consistency in overall fiscal policy in the Eurozone, avoiding the pro-cyclical risks which I think have led to several mistakes in recent years. And secondly, the goal of strengthening the coordination of economic policies and incentivating structural reforms, safeguarding at the same time ownership on the part of national governments and parliaments. If you read carefully the regulations which govern the corrective and preventive part of the Pact for Stability and Growth Pact, I think that we can say that the current rules within the framework of the semester allow us better to gauge and to combine stability and growth and to fund them both, because there's a need to combine the fiscal policies on a qualitative level. There's a need for rebalancing different areas in the Eurozone, and there's also the need to consider the net result of fiscal policies in Europe. And also there's the need to strengthen and truly coordinate reforms and make the coordinated economic policies incentivating structural reforms more effective. The European Parliament will be making a contribution towards this. Colleague Perache Perez spoke of the report which she will be responsible for, and the Committee for Economic and Monetary Affairs intends to contribute to this, and I think it's important to consider how the current instruments already make it possible to not only to achieve a correction of overall economic policies in the Eurozone, such as to foster growth better, but also to achieve the levelling up on the economic and monetary union level, which is possible to achieve today without needing new instruments such as the so-called contractual agreements, which despite the fact that they've been discussed for such a long time. Something similar applies to the dimension of investments. The European Parliament obviously is waiting for the details of the Juncker plan and the time frame, but I think that that plan can be an opportunity also to look at innovative solutions to strengthen the fiscal capacity of the Union and improve its financing capability on markets. This doesn't mean the European Union intends to set aside important measures such as debt redemption, which is one of the issues which needs to be further explored. But clearly the current legal dimension in the treaties and the macroeconomic context and new role of the ECB lead us to attach new priorities to the issue of allocating investments, and I would encourage people not to refrain from looking at innovative measures such as project bonds and the possibility of using resources which are in the ESM, which are linked to a treaty which has specific goals, but which at the same time, I believe, can be used in an intelligent way in a circular mechanism which can be analysed in order to strengthen the possibility for project bonds to be issued by the Union and the EIB. I hope this session will allow us to explore these issues and link the policy dimension to the governance dimension. The European Parliament is ready to make its contribution in this area. Thank you. Thank you for this greeting. And now I would like to give the floor to our keynote speakers. I'd like to remind you that each of the statements should be restricted to 10 minutes. And I'd like to give the floor, first of all, to Gertrude Tumpel-Guegel, who, as I mentioned, was the chairperson of the European Commission's expert group on debt redemption fund and Eurobills.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Parliament, it's a great honor to speak here today. In my remarks, I would like to briefly describe the conclusions of the expert group on debt redemption fund and Eurobills, and then address the three questions which were given to us by the organizers. I have some slides, but I'm afraid they are very far away from you. I hope they will be presented as well. The need for governance tools and institutions at the EU level was expressed for decades, and I would like to remind you of what Jean Monnet has said in his memoirs. He said, we don't know the problems of the future, but we know that we will not be able to address them with the tools of the nation states. However, no fiscal stabilization mechanism existed during the first decade of the euro until the financial crisis peaked in May 2010. And at the same time, talking to policymakers in countries most affected by the crisis, they tell us we had delayed necessary reforms and we had to correct our policies. One of the testimonials in this context is the former Portuguese finance minister. Let me give you two examples. If it is true that the Greek tax collection system was not sufficiently changed during the last 4.5 years, this means that part of the support for Greece could have been used in a better way, and this one is one of the reasons for resistance against more European fiscal policy. The same argument may be used in the context of structural reforms. Had part of the funds be used in a more targeted way, a better impact could have been achieved. What was the trigger for the debate about debt redemption and Eurobills? In 2010, 2 years after government actions and the ECB interest rate cuts and liquidity measures, the real economy and banking system had been stabilized, at least on the surface. But the interest rates for Greece, Ireland, Portugal, Spain and Italy reached record levels. Then 5 steps were taken. The reform of the fiscal governance, you were very much involved in that. The creation of a fiscal stabilization mechanism, EFSF and ESM. The restructuring of the Greek debt. The banking union was announced and the ECB announcement to address the crisis, whatever it takes. In the fall of 2012, after all these measures had been taken, the situation stabilized gradually. The promise that no further restructuring would take place was decisive in my view. Since then, investors are buying European sovereign bonds again. At the end of 2012, the European Parliament requested the assessment of an expert group on joint issuance of debt. Now, what was the background for that? Two ideas were explored. First, a debt redemption fund backed, which would buy government debt beyond 60% of GDP. The original idea came from the German Sachverständigenrat. This would reduce debt servicing costs for countries with higher debt and allow the reduction of the debt overhang. In return, governments would make strong and binding commitments for fiscal consolidation during the lifetime of the fund. The return of confidence in the euro has lowered interest rates differentials. Therefore, the effects of such a fund would be much smaller than originally assumed. The critical issue for such a 2 to 3 trillion operation are legal and moral hazard aspects and the strict commitment for fiscal consolidation for a period of 10 to 25 years ex ante. The expert group concluded that the new fiscal governance should be tested before any decision on joint issuance is taken. And my personal view is that the idea of a debt redemption fund should not be pursued. The second idea, the Eurobills, had a different focus. Through the creation of a safe and liquid asset, a stabilizing effect on government debt markets and a positive effect on financial integration would be achieved, and we should not underestimate how big the damage during the crisis was, namely the financial fragmentation which occurred. Eurobills per se do not reduce the debt overhang because it would be more a symbol of joint fiscal responsibility and a strict monitoring of the eligibility for this 1 to 2 trillion operation would have to take place. Regarding legal aspects, most models of joint issuance would require treaty change or intergovernmental arrangements with all their drawbacks. And regarding the risks, possible moral hazard was discussed intensively in the expert group. Stricter surveillance and possible interference from the European level were considered. So what is the long-term perspectives? I think before we can discuss instrument, we have to get clarity on the objectives and the degree of commitment towards joint action. This has to be explored first before any new instrument should be created. Joint issuance is a step to reintegrate markets, but not a sufficient one. Would the Union require more central intervention power in fiscal affairs? Probably yes. Is there a will for an ever closer Union? Probably not in normal times. And regarding turning to the 3 concrete questions we were asked, first, to look back at the roadmap of 2012. Banking union was implemented in a remarkably short period of time. The new tool, the ESM, fiscal intervention with conditionality, worked in 2 ways. First, by enforcing reforms, and second, leading to a reduction of debt servicing costs, which is considerable. Altogether, according to the ESM annual report, it's about 12 billion overall savings for indebted countries. Other steps towards fiscal union are not defined yet, or at least I'm not aware of a more concrete, let's say, roadmap for that. If fiscal union were to be pursued further, joint issuance would require strong confidence in the policy coordination mechanism. Among the instruments mentioned in the briefing for our session, I would pursue project bonds. Also, it will take time to implement them, but it is a very important idea to foster infrastructure investment. The other proposal which was mentioned is the Padre proposal, is in my view not feasible regarding the involvement of the ECB. And reopening the debate on sovereign debt restructuring in the Eurozone would certainly be counterproductive at the moment. And any effort to increase the maturity when issuing new government bonds is certainly a good thing. The most effective tool to reduce the debt burden is to foster the growth potential and to return to an inflation rate as defined in the medium-term benchmark by the ECB. And let me also turn to economic history. Mr. Pisani-Ferry mentioned the period 20 years ago. I would like to go back 30 years. 30 years ago, we had a debate in Europe about the eurosclerosis. And I remember this general fear at that time that Europe would fall back behind the United States because there was not enough innovation. At that time, Europe found a very powerful answer. This was the single market concept. And I think in the current situation we are in, it's also important to have a comprehensive strategy and a clear plan for implementation with clear milestones. Thank you.
Grazie a lei.
Thank you for this address, and thank you in particular. If I can strike a personal note for the caution, the prudence which you expressed with regard to a very contentious possibility, which, even though it would have meant to led to a lower entity of the shared debt, would have led to very difficult results, an automatic pilot imposed on countries, much more than we have today, without speaking of the need for very costly guarantees for certain countries. Now I'd like to give the floor to Lucrezia Reichlin. Professor, you have the floor.
Members of Parliament, thank you for the invitation to this conference, which
I'm very honored to participate, and I understand that this conference has an important place in the governance of the Euro system and the European Union, and in fact, we are going to discuss about governance. So let me agree with Jean Pisani-Ferry in saying that any discussion on governance has to start from a common narrative, and the common narrative is what is lacking at this juncture. We are divided in the analysis and not only in the suggested solutions. Everybody agrees that the euro area is at best stagnating at this point. We are not out of the second recession that hit the euro area economy in the third quarter of 2011. Not only that, but our numbers diverge quite significantly from the numbers of the other large economy in the developed world, the US. The employment is flat. But beside these macroeconomic scenarios, macroeconomic numbers, we also have something that should make us worried about the stability of the Eurozone. So it's not just about the level of economic activity, but it's also about stability. And the reason why I'm worried about stability is the fact that debt is not stabilized. Overall debt, contrary to what many people think, it has not stabilized in the euro area, contrary to what has happened instead in the US and even in the UK. And the other important factor, in my view, is that financial fragmentation along national lines, which has been very much the story of 2011 and 2012, is still very much prevalent in financial markets in Europe, which implies that credit risk in the periphery is still quite higher than in the core of Europe. So in my view, the crisis is not over, although the market, it seems, is not pricing it. Interest rates are quite low, spreads are low, volatility is low. So there is, in my view, an illusion of tranquility, which, however, could surprise us. The market, as you know, has been wrong before. I have here some numbers which are probably invisible, so I probably also skipped them. So given the time constraints, I thought I had 15 minutes. But just let me talk on the slides. So this is a chart that shows us the divergence performance in terms of GDP from the euro area and the US. This is measured with an aggregate index, which measures short-term economic conditions. So it's more, if you want, a conjunctural measure. If we look at the situation from a different point of view, from the point of view of the level of economic activity, not growth, but level, you can also see the difference from the US and the euro area. The euro area is the blue line, the US is the black line. We are flat, and we are not returning to trend, the pre-crisis 2008 trend, which is what is actually the concern about potential output that was mentioned before, is exactly this, okay, that maybe the trend has shifted, not only the cycle. And employment is flat, okay? Let me skip to this chart. Okay, so this is the macro stuff, but what about balance sheets? I think if you want to understand what is the situation of the balance sheet in the euro area, you have to look at you have to look at this issue in several dimensions. The first is to look at the stock of non-performing loans in the balance sheet of the banks. And quite significantly, we have seen a sharp deterioration in the stock of non-performing loans since 2012. Okay, the second recession. So this has been, if you want, the price of the second recession, which has not been only in terms of flows, but also in the accumulation of bad stuff, the stock. And the stock is really what is weight in our balance sheets. The second thing is that if you look at the asset sides of the aggregate banks in the euro area, you can see there has been a shift of composition away from loans in favor of government bonds. So this is a shift on composition which took place even before the recent leverage of the banks. In particular, banks are buying, not only they're buying bonds, but they're buying their own government bonds. The Italian banks are buying Italian government bonds, the German banks are buying German government bonds. And this has been, the flight to safety, if you want, in the euro area has taken a particular form, which is the home bias, we call it in economics, so that, the balance sheets are segmented and ring-fenced along national lines. So this, as many others have observed, has created a loop, a diabolic loop, between the credit risk and the sovereign risk. No matter where the crisis started, let's say private balance sheet, if we think of Spain and in Ireland, you start from the banks with bank debt risk from going up, but this, of course, has an effect on sovereign debt risk because it increases the probability of bailout. If we are talking about Italy and Greece, you should start instead from the left, and you start with the asset side on the banks, so with the increase in sovereign debt, and you go in the other side of the circle. But no matter where you start, you see that it's inevitable in a debt crisis that bank risk and sovereign risk are tightly related. So you cannot solve the sovereign crisis if you don't solve the problem of the banks, and vice versa. And I think this has been something that ensemble of the European authorities have understood, and they have also partially, at least, acted upon. Now, let me just look at that as a whole. Debt stabilization, and this I think is a key message of my talk, has just started. So on the left there, you have total debt to GDP in the European Monetary Union. You see since 1999 it has increased, but since the crisis has not stabilized yet. Quite significantly, if you compare it to the right chart, which is the US, you see that in the US, no matter the much more stimulative fiscal policy, debt to GDP ratio has actually decreased. So this is quite an important difference if we want to understand what is in front of us in terms of still need of repairing balance sheets. And this is particularly true in the public sector. Okay, the market doesn't seem to care. As I said at the beginning, think, for example, Italy, this is debt to GDP ratio, but the interest rates have been quite subdued. Okay, but this, as I said, should not be a big comfort because we know that the pricing of risk is subject to big shift, as we have seen with the crisis. Okay, aggregate demand is weak. Here, just one chart, perhaps, comparing the structural deficit in the US and the euro area with growth. You have on the left the structural deficits, on the right you have the GDP growth. You can see that our fiscal stance, at least this is a very rough measure of the fiscal stance, which is the structural deficit, has been much, much lower than what has been experienced in the US, and our growth performance has been much less impressive. Inflation, as many people have recalled, has been declining, which, of course, this maybe has not been stressed enough in the previous section. When inflation is declining, the real interest rate increases, and the real interest rate is what matters for debt sustainability. Okay, so let's go back now. For the last 7 years of the crisis, I said we have to go back to the narrative. And let me just tell you what is my view about what have been the limits of the policy response to the crisis and what are the reasons we got to this point. The limits are threefold. First of all, as also President Draghi has recalled in a speech not so long time ago, we had the wrong sequence of policies. We had no fiscal stimulus in 2009, and since the crisis, an emphasis on fiscal consolidation. We had very aggressive liquidity policy from the European Central Bank, timely and aggressive, but no action on solvency of the banking sector until 2012 and 2013. Remember that in the US, the US acted on the problem of banks' capital already in 2009. So we have done it with a huge delay, which has proven to be very costly in terms of the credit crunch which is one of the reasons of the numbers that I just illustrated. Then we have uncertainty in central bank policy with respect to the sovereign, and here I am sure that Gertrude and I disagree on this issue, although we were colleagues at the ECB and we like each other very much. But I think that this impossible trinity of no bailout, no default, no exit, leading to a messing solutions of the debt crisis of Greece, Cyprus, and then the contagion, has had a high price on economic performance. And I also think that this problem, if another debt crisis should be with us, will be again a problem, because we don't have a way to deal with sovereign debt crisis, because we have put ourselves in a straitjacket in which we don't have a market solution and the rule-based mechanism doesn't really work. And then, of course, the fact of monetary policy contraction since 2013. Now, let me see. These have been the limits. However, there are also been quite a lot of progress. Banking union, the constitution of the ESM, the Draghi pledge of doing whatever it takes to save the euro, recent action of the ECB, and the recent ECB speech on, suggesting the need of a grand bargain, new grand bargain, to condition further monetary policy action on commitment to reform, or suggesting the need of a framework for coordinating monetary and fiscal policy. So my view is summarized in this paper the problems that we had pre-crisis, which was a combination of common monetary policy with national fiscal and banking supervision, led to overborrowing and overlending. The solution to that has been the banking union and the launch of the asset quality review. Good progress. The second problem is that the ex post discipline, once the crisis hits, is excessive. So there is still not really a mechanism for crisis resolution. So the rules, as a consequence, become non-credible ex ante. On that, there has been no progress. The third problem is that there is no mechanism for resolving a banking crisis, and this reinforces this diabolic loop which I described between sovereign and banks. Here, the progress has been incomplete. The banking union has been a big step forward, but we still don't have a credible resolution fund for banking crisis. And then finally, there is a sort of an uncertainty of the role of the ECB as a lender of last resort. It's not clear whether, we have totally, there is an agreement on what should be the role of the ECB in terms of non-standard policy and in terms of, going in the direction of buying assets rather than just acting through liquidity, providing liquidity to the banking sector. So I think that, in my view, we need a common narrative. I'm sure that there will be a lot of disagreement about my narrative, but I think we should put it on the table and, work towards a common analysis. And on the basis of that narrative, we also need a new bargain, not necessarily a new treaty, but a new bargain. Any further progress, in my view, requires a new bargain, since any further measures that we will take should be the ECB intervention, a further intervention should be more progress in financial integration to the banking union, has fiscal implications. And so the new bargain must be based on a mechanism that can enforce credible commitment. This is what Jean called a commitment technology, which could link governments, should oblige governments to policies in a path so that they would enforce policies that aim at repairing the balance sheet and putting the economies on a sustainable path. Now, to enforce this credible commitment is something we are struggling with, but I think is the key question for making any progress. And the second point, which I want to emphasize, is that for enforcing credibility, we have to go beyond the system which is only rule-based. We have to have a mix of rules and market discipline, because tough rules themselves are not credible, and we have experimented it in these 7 years of crisis. Now, I have to finish, so I was going to give you my solution, but I think that my solution basically have three legs. The first is fiscal policy, so we need to allow a mechanism that change the fiscal stance overall in the euro area and in countries which are overburdened by the debt overhang. But for that, we need this commitment technology. We need a full mandate for sovereign QE, because I think that the ECB cannot be put in a situation different from central banks in all other jurisdictions. And we have to change financial regulation so as to deal better with financial segmentations, and so that to go in the direction of the creation of a so-called safe asset. So I will leave these three key problems here, and I will just talk more about it if there are questions, since my time is over. But just me conclude with saying that the crisis, in my view, is not over, that we need a new narrative and we need a new grand bargain. Thank you.
Grazie, professoressa.
Thank you, Professor, both for having sounded an alarm on the risk which we still face. And if I can add personal note, thank you also for having referred to how it would have been useful, and how useful it still is, to challenge the straitjacket of certain rules, and also how useful it would be for there to have some fiscal stimulus. Now I'd like to give the floor to Gunther Amfort. If you have the floor, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Let me also thank the Italian presidency and the Senate and the Chamber of Deputies for their invitation for me to come and speak today. It's a great honor. I pretty much agree with a lot of what Lucrezia said, which allows me actually to skip almost my entire first page. But just to recall, I think the starting point needs to be the extremely bad economic situation. Unemployment, as you know, has increased from 7.6% to 11.6% between 2008 and 2014. Inflation is very low at 0.4% currently. And basically economic sentiment indicators do not suggest that we will get out of this low level of GDP and low unemployment and low inflation anytime soon. I think it's important to understand that this low inflation rate really is a big problem. It's a big problem because it complicates debt deleveraging. It actually puts the sustainability of debt at risk, which is what Lucrezia has also emphasized very much. And I just want to re-emphasize this. With low debt levels, with low inflation rates, debt at some stage may become unsustainable, and markets may react to this and may actually challenge the current low interest rates that we are having. And then we still basically don't have a very good mechanism of how to deal with this market challenge, except for an OMT program that is, of course, going to be heavily contested by a number of countries. So I think really the key to solving this crisis is that we ensure inflation to be back at the 2% where it should be, and economic growth going up. Many reasons can be given for the weak EU performance. Certainly, the magnitude of the imbalances at the beginning of this crisis was exceptional, and I would sort of disagree with the US comparison. I think the magnitude of the imbalances in Europe was much more significant, especially given that we are not a fiscal union, but really national countries, and in some countries the debt problem and the competitiveness problem was very significant. We've been having a policy system that was not prepared to deal with the challenges and was therefore slow to react, and that further aggravated the situation. Let me also emphasize that I believe that many deep structural policy changes are needed at the national level, and mechanisms to foster such reforms remain weak.
I fully agree with what Jean Pisani-Ferry said in that we have a lot of catching up growth to do. I mean, we have a weak economy, but we are also well below the technological frontier. We know that our education systems in many countries are not up to the task of giving the skills for the 21st century, and innovation policy is lagging behind. In the area of the digital agenda, we see that the national protectionism prevents our economies from changing and reaching a new growth model. National structural reforms therefore remain crucial and need to be speeded up. Yet the ability to influence these national reforms from reform agendas is still quite limited. Now, we have addressed the past failures with a number of policy measures, and Lucrezia mentioned already many of them. We have the European Stability Mechanism, the European Central Bank's OMT program, the Fiscal Compact, the Macroeconomic Imbalance Procedure, and the still unfinished Banking Union. And I agree that the banking union is unfinished because we don't have a credible solution for a systemic banking crisis. Despite these very significant measures, we have not reached an institutional setup that can be considered to complete monetary union. And given the high levels of unemployment and growth, a debate on additional policy instruments is rightly ongoing. And I thought I'd spend some time in today's presentation to discuss one of the instruments that has been discussed and has been proposed by many. In fact, this is a European unemployment insurance. At the invitation of the Italian presidency, I prepared a policy brief for the ECOFIN meeting this month, and I thought I'd dedicate my presentation to this topic today because it covers essentially two important points. It covers the issue of structural reforms, substantial structural reforms in the labour markets, but also an additional fiscal policy tool. And I think really we need both sides. We need the fiscal policy tools and we need the structural reforms. Now, just to recall what is the European unemployment insurance, it has been proposed as a solution to improve the functioning of fiscal policies in Europe and as a way to improve the labour market situation. The basic idea of EUI is to replace parts or all of the national unemployment insurances with a European insurance. Depending on the design, insurance could cover either the basic level of insurance or it could only be activated in case of exceptional circumstances, such as a rapid increase in unemployment. Simple mechanical simulations suggest that countries that were severely hit by the economic crisis could have received financial flows of perhaps 0.5 or 1% of GDP if the European insurance had been in place. But is such an insurance desirable? Is it actually necessary for monetary union, and is it feasible? In the paper that is available on our website, we carefully assess the arguments that speak in favor and against such a major reform. It is, of course, clear, as we stressed from the outset, that introducing an EUI, so an European insurance, would mean that you would have to agree on some form of limited fiscal risk sharing. To my mind, two big questions are of central importance. How can a European unemployment insurance contribute to fiscal stabilization, and is there a need for a new fiscal instrument? And how differently are labour markets organized, and what implications does this have for EUI, and is EUI an opportunity to actually reform those labour markets? Turning first to the fiscal question, the idea of Maastricht, of course, was to give the role of fiscal stabilization to national budgets. This basically worked, but there were two big problems that arose. The first problem is that the sum of the national fiscal policies did not add up to a fiscal stance that can be considered adequate for the euro area as a whole. In fact, during 2011 and 2013, fiscal policy for the euro area as a whole was pro-cyclical. And that is a problem. EUI cannot, however, meaningfully contribute to a euro area-wide fiscal stance. In fact, replacing a national automatic European automatic stabilizer leaves the area-wide fiscal stance basically unchanged. The second fiscal problem we had is that some countries were hit quite severely by this crisis, so that they had to consolidate much faster than was desirable from their macroeconomic situation point of view. Here, the EUI can actually provide a small and temporary relief depending on its design. Turning next to the issue of the labour markets, the introduction of a European unemployment insurance represents an opportunity, but also, of course, a big challenge. At the core of the issue is the question of how much labour market institutions need to converge in order to make EUI function properly. This is a very multidimensional issue. It's of course a question of how do you deal with potential moral hazard issues. As in the case with any insurance, the effect of the insurance on the incentives of policymakers and individuals need to be taken seriously. As some of the costs of unemployment would be borne by contributors outside of the countries, incentives for national policymakers to address the variety of causes of unemployment are somewhat reduced. An important trade-off emerges. Measures to reduce moral hazard, such as limiting the replacement rate or reduce the stabilization properties of the scheme. In fact, there is a trade-off between moral hazard and stabilization, similar to national unemployment insurances, but the problem is compounded by the decentralization of labour market policies. But labour market policies matter also for a variety of other reasons. We show that in several countries, social partners are involved in the setting of the parameters of unemployment insurance. Some countries have low replacement rates and low contribution rates, while others prefer higher contributions to fund higher replacement rates. Such difference in levels of protection are no accident, but the result of actually long-standing traditions, histories, and deeply rooted beliefs about how labour markets shall operate. But such differences in the way labour markets operate are also one of the central problems of Europe's monetary union. Not only is labour mobility low, but also wage-setting mechanisms are not always adapted to the needs of the euro. In some countries, wage growth has been persistently deviating from the area average, leading to sustained losses in competitiveness that are now one of the causes of substantial economic disequilibria and sustained unemployment levels. Introducing such a common insurance could therefore be an opportunity and a big challenge. It is an opportunity to fundamentally reform inefficient labour markets at the national level and to have European states converge towards an optimal model. It could be a way of improving wage-setting mechanisms and increasing the involvement of social partners. But it is also, of course, quite clear that this is not an easy reform. It would come at the expense of subsidiarity that now guarantees that labour markets are organised at the national level according to national preferences. Overall, while a debate about additional fiscal stabilisation instruments is warranted for the euro area, EUI can hardly contribute to the area-wide fiscal stance. Instead, it is an insurance mechanism for individual countries, thanks to risk sharing. Perhaps more important is the potential of EUI to trigger deep structural change in labour markets. So I think overall this would be a very long-term project, but it's a project that has been discussed in the informal ECOFIN, and that's why I thought I also bring it to your attention. So what can be done by policymakers now to improve the economic situation? Let me just emphasize, I also agree that we need to work on a strategy for public investment. We need, I think, the 300 billion that President Juncker has been mentioning for investment overall, so including private and public investment, is a lower bound. We certainly will need more if we really want to overcome this crisis. We have other fiscal tools, such as reducing taxes on low-income households in countries that have the fiscal space to afford this. And it seems to me that my home country actually has the space to do this. We also have a lot of things to do in the regulatory front. Overall, the euro area still needs a deal, to my mind, the famous commitment device, that on the one hand it achieves substantial structural reforms, while on the other hand it triggers substantial pan-European investments and easy monetary policy. Such measures need to be implemented rather quickly to concretely improve the economic situation and create employment. A European unemployment insurance could be a long-term reform agenda that will help to foster the right labour market reforms for monetary union while achieving better risk sharing. Thank you very much.
Grazie dunque a Gunther.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf, for this very interesting presentation, which has led us into a broader field than what we had been considering so far in our conference. I think it was very useful because it will certainly enrich our debate in this area. Employment, insurance, there are those who are more in favor of harmonization, and instead others who think more in terms of competition between different systems. Now we have Professor Paolo Savona, who will be the last of our keynote speakers. You have the floor, Professor.
Onorevole Presidente, onorevoli parlamentari.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members of Parliament, allow me to begin this presentation recalling that historically public debt has never been repaid. There are only two ways to reduce the public debt, inflation and non-reimbursement, a default. So the Maastricht Treaty is historically vitiated. And our textbooks, economics, which aren't always useful in practical life, actually do point to a third solution, a third path, which is increasing taxation to be used to repay public debt. Economists have their great teacher in Davide Riccardo, and they call it the Ricardian equivalence. If expenditure through debt does not generate sufficient income to repay the interests to service the debt, then public debt cannot be reimbursed. The Fiscal Compact that we are discussing here today, instead of pointing to a solution, has aggravated the situation. My great mentor, Minister Carli, had negotiated and obtained in the negotiation process leading to the Maastricht Treaty the convergence without pointing out to a clear time horizon, although some agreements did come into effect, but they were never respected. The Fiscal Compact, along with a reduction in the margins you discussed in the first session in flexibility in public deficit, also included convergence within a time horizon, within 20 years. The Fiscal Compact, therefore, aggravated the historic vice of the Maastricht Treaty with an economic vice. Public debt may be reimbursed on a condition that it is not, or that the instruments, the tools that are used to reimburse it do not generate deflation. And therefore, in my estimation, the Fiscal Compact is not only vitiated, but has led to a vicious circle. To solve one problem is created what is a much more serious problem from both an economic and a social standpoint. But over and beyond this historical analysis and this logical deduction, of course, it would be interesting to spend more time on this, there's a real comparison regarding public debt, and in particular Italian public debt. There's an international position which was taken up in the Financial Times a week ago, and it said that in the current economic cycle and international agreements, Italy cannot solve it. The situation, Italy can only solve the problem if Europe take steps. And of course, that was referring to the redemption fund, but our colleague hasn't left us much hope in that area. And of course, we don't even need the colleague to tell us about that because reality speaks against this sort of solution. However, a redemption fund would be the only way for our European partners to avoid Italian default. Obviously, if they intervene to bridge the gap between 135% and 60% in the ratio of debt to GDP, Italy would have to take commitments and therefore enter the vicious cycle, and which means that to reimburse the debt, it would have to be subject to economic and social impact with low growth and unemployment that would be simply unsustainable. The international market, which is the real dominus here, and what we learned in school, going back to our textbooks, are things that we need to forget. Here I'm referring to the fundamentals of democracy. Forget that. I don't think that Italy is necessarily doomed to default. I've been for years saying this without having an answer. My suggestion is asset management. Italy has very large public asset base that it can either use for special reconversion, or it could be dismissed to reimburse public debt. This would not only have almost a neutral effect on the economic and social situation, but it would also enable the country to free itself of this heavy armor that prevents the country from acting more flexibly in terms of fiscal policy. And this was the position expressed by the European Central Bank. It also conditions our possibility to make use of the advantages that a very accommodating monetary policy would currently hold out. Now, the answer given to the suggestion so far is that prices are low, transactions are difficult, the laws don't allow it. I understand the motivations. When I was called in the same parliament 20 years ago with Carlo Azeglio Ciampi, the government, we were told that we need to find a solution to the issue of public debt. We were in the same situation. The rest of the world thought that we were simply not able to repay public debt. And we weren't at the 135% that we are at today. However, when we had our discussions regarding the possibility of this sort of operation, and technically it is possible, asset management, real assets against a reimbursement of public debt, when we considered that, we decided not to go down that road because the technocratic government was considered to be too weak to withstand the pushback that would have occurred because we returned to a financial equilibrium, and we wouldn't have been able to resist, therefore, in the then period of depression, with similar issues to what we have today, although the origin was quite different, we wouldn't have been able, I was saying, to withstand the pressures. I think that the real obstacle, and I teach not economics, but economy applied to politics, economic policy, I think the situation is such that we prefer to keep this armor, the European armor on public debt, the Maastricht Treaty and the Fiscal Compact, instead of solving the problem, so that we could withstand the pressures that would be brought to bear if we were actually able to solve the issue of public debt. So from the point of view of an economist, we don't have any more suggestions to give. We've given our suggestions. The suggestions we've given would be practicable. They would be feasible. It's up to the lawmakers. It's up to the politicians to decide.
Grazie a lei, Professor.
Thank you, Professor. And thank you for having reminded us in the first part of your presentation. I hope that it wasn't missed by others because of the cultural value. You are a great European, very pro-European, and because of that stance, you highlighted even the legal critical point in the Fiscal Compact and in the treaties. I'm quite sure that all those present have been quick to understand and seize on that point. So we'd like to thank our 4 keynote speakers for these discussions that certainly enrich our debate. We have 14 speakers on our speaking list so far, and we have about an hour now for our debate. So I must ask all speakers not to go beyond the 3 minutes. After that, we will give our speakers some time to respond, and they will have 3 minutes each to respond to the questions. Maria João Rodrigues is our first speaker.
Thank you very much for this remarkable panel of experts, well-renowned experts. I think there is a clear agreement on the picture we are in. This is not only low growth and high unemployment, this is also high debt GDP ratio, and of course very strong divergences inside member states and between member states. So this is a difficult picture. And I agree with you that we need stronger responses. From my viewpoint, if we connect this panel with the previous one, I would say that if you want all member states to really implement this strategy for growth and jobs, so-called Europe 2020, we should be able to complete the economic and monetary union. We need to connect both things, Europe 2020 strategy and completing the economic and monetary union. But of course, for that, we need to strike a deal, this idea of grand bargain. And I really hope that the Italian presidency, preparing now 2 important summits, even in October, and if I speak now to my colleagues, not only of the European Parliament, but national parliaments, we should start discussing the terms of this new grand bargain. And from my viewpoint, they should be, first, a commitment with fiscal discipline, but smart fiscal discipline, not destroying our growth potential. Second is a commitment with structural reforms, yes, but in the large sense of the word, meaning this is not only about labour market reforms, but about innovation, education, public administration. They are all relevant reforms. And then, third point, we should have stronger instruments for investment. And this is not only making best use of the available instruments, this is certainly to have some room of maneuver for fiscal discipline, but as there is a limit for that, I do think that we should also discuss instruments for fiscal capacity in the euro area in order to complement national budgets which are naturally limited. You refer to the idea of unemployment insurance. I would start perhaps with the idea of a European investment fund, because there is a clear need of forward-looking investments in all countries, and I will start with this discussion. And that's it. I respect my 3 minutes. Thank you.
Assolutamente sì, e la ringrazio.
Thank you for having kept to the speaking time. Mr. Stukin now has the floor.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, if we look at what the European Union has done in the past 5 years, we have to point out that in addition to the mere rescue mechanisms, the European Union has established a number of tools for economic policy control, whether it's a Euro Plus Pact, the Six-Pack, the Two-Pack, the European Semester, Fiscal Compact, etc. All of these projects were implemented and are slowly starting to develop their impact. We cannot say that they have yet fully developed their impact, but nonetheless we can see that With regard to the recommendations of the European Commission to individual member states, the figure has been mentioned today, only 9 or 10% of these recommendations are put into practice. And ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I have to say one thing. We're talking about necessary reforms that are one essential reason for the deflationary situation within the European Union, but they can only be implemented by the member states. And it is necessary that the national policy makers develop more courage than they've shown so far. Secondly, I'd like to state that I do not believe that the background paper of the Italian presidency, i.e. a communitization of debts, will lead to any solution. The communitization of debts, whether it's euro bills, euro bonds, or a debt redemption fund, will not lead to growth by itself, because the obstacle for growth is the economic situation. But to come to a close, I would like to point out a situation which I believe to be a very dangerous development in the European Union. We have seen it on one of the slides, namely the work of the banks, the work of the European banks in Europe. As it was very clearly shown on the slide, they have completely changed their business model after the financial crisis. They basically withdrew from funding companies, from providing loans for companies, and they are now financing states. But because of this, we have a situation that has led to terrible situations in the past years, because the small and medium-sized enterprises are hardly able to fund the daily business that they are doing. They are not able to expand. They are not able to invest in innovation, and startups cannot even start up because they don't have access to the necessary capital. And I think this is one of the core problems of the current economic situation in the European Union. Whatever the ECB has tried so far didn't lead to anything. Interest rates, not the intended impact. I think this is what we need to make a lot of headway with. But we're talking about the capital equipment of companies, small and medium-sized companies, under the regular market conditions. One approach is what the ECB is doing. I'm absolutely reiterating that the project loan idea is a very good one. We need to increase the support of the ECB, because the credit crunch will be the big problem that will impede growth for the future, and this will not lead to a better situation on the employment market in Europe.
Ha ora la parola Lord Lyndon Harrison.
My question to all four speakers is, when will you recognise that we have integrated a budgetary framework, we've integrated an economic framework on the path to a proper banking union? My question to Gertrude is whether she shares with me the idea of a euro bill along the lines described by our mutual colleague Graham Bishop, which has an end point, whether that could be successfully achieved. My question to Lucrezia is, first of all, to congratulate her in recognising the crisis has not yet finished, but she did mention the UK along with the US that has different figures from the Eurozone. Has she published those? I'd be very interested to know more about it. Lucrezia shared with Gunter concern about inflation for the European Central Bank. How do we indeed ensure that inflation rises to that nominal 2%, which I believe will achieve what has been suggested by Paolo, that would help disappear the debt? And do the panellists share with me a concern for moral hazard with the increasing role of the European Central Bank doing some of the things that should be done by member states? And finally, Paolo, you describe that you do economics as well to the public. You try to explain to people. Could you talk about the fourth point in the genuine economic and monetary union, of which we have written yet another report in February this year about how we ensure accountability. My own committee has become used to talking and going to see the European Central Bank. Dr. Constantiau came before my committee, and we went not only to the ECB in Frankfurt but also to the Bundesbank. And we're very grateful for those opportunities, but I think we need to increase accountability in that way. Many thanks, President.
Thank you for this statement. Norbert Bartler now has the floor.
Today's debate focuses on fiscal management and the question of how to deal with debts at European level. If we think back to the sovereign debt crisis, the main problem was the high interest rates that every country had to come up with in order to repay its debt. Now, how does the situation look like today? It looks a lot better, even though we've just heard from the world of the academia that this amelioration of the situation can be an illusion. The member states that were hit by the crisis can now again get loans on the international markets. Greece now has an interest rate that is lower than before the euro crisis with regard to loans that it likes to take up. If individual member states complain about higher interest rates now, the question has to be asked whether we should immediately stop making more debts, because more debts translates into more interest rates, so higher interest rates. So what we have to strive for is a balanced budget as quickly as possible. In Germany, we are in the lucky situation of having no new debts next year. This is for the first time in a long time, but we are not doing this because we think that a balanced budget is sexy, but we're doing it because we believe that balanced budgets create trust with the investors, with the economy, and as such, they are the prerequisite for future growth. We believe, as far as debts are concerned, that every country is responsible for its own debt and should remain responsible for their own debt. And that's because of the moral hazard. We are against any type of communitization of debts, apart from what the ECB is already doing. Because let's be honest, a lot of the things that the ECB is doing is nothing but taking over the debt of the nation states. So we attribute a high value to the independence of the European Central Bank. Nonetheless, we take the liberty of critically stating that the asset-backed security paper that was recently published is something that does not instill a lot of happiness in us, because this new tool of asset-backed securities is actually the wrong title. It's not securities, it's insecurities, and the intended effect, namely more loans to small, medium-sized companies, is something that does not translate into practice, at least not so far. I'd like to close with the statement that a European debt repayment fund or redemption fund is not in line with European legislation, and according to the German Constitutional Court, it is also not in line with German legislation. I would wish that at the next conference, at the next meeting, we would talk in greater detail about how our partner countries are implementing the Fiscal Pact, because apart from two countries, all have signed the Fiscal Pact, and there are clear stipulations within the Fiscal Pact, and this does not necessarily mean that debts have to be repaid. If in 20 years the share of debts over GDP needs to go down, this only means that the public debt GDP ratio automatically goes down.
Thank you for your statement. Marco Causi now has the floor. We have great responsibilities. We must recognize that we're living in an exceptional historical situation after 6 years of recession and scarce growth in Europe. unthinkable situation a few years ago. And the first of the scenarios, which Minister Padoan outlined in his first statement, a medium-term extension of recession and deflation, cannot be simply relegated to the economic sphere, because it would not be without political consequences with potentially destructive effects on the European project. And so, first of all, we need to speak the truth to each other, and we also need to tell the truth to our public opinions. For at least 3 years after 2008, political leaders in Europe generated a lot of confusion about the real origin of the crisis, which derived from private debt and banking crises in the United States and Europe, and attributed the crisis to the excessive weight of sovereign debt. Sovereign debt was growing, but was growing in the countries which had to save the banks, and because of these salvages, these rescues in other countries like mine, public debt was already higher since the euro was introduced, and therefore was not amplified because of the banking crisis. And still we had to deal with the crisis of confidence. The confusion about the origin of the crisis led to very confused signals being sent to the public opinion, and generated opposite visions of the situation, with nationalist temptations also being involved. This confusion, which we try to move out of, also thanks to the proceedings in this conference, has not allowed us to understand, for example, that competition between countries for the placement of public debt was increasing without an idea of coordination being affirmed, to not speak of solidarity, and also the links between sovereign debt and banking assets, the financial repression which Lucrezia Reichling spoke of, which is also linked to the first injection of liquidity on the part of the European Central Bank. We're very interested in knowing the investment plan of the Commission, and we commend Gualtieri's words on coordination, new flexibility linked to reforms and project bonds. This is a very difficult agenda, which the Italian presidency is also dedicating a lot of effort to. We really need to bring this agenda to fruition, and we need to spend all our efforts in doing this. However, I fear that simply implementing this agenda will not be enough. We will need to work on something more, something which is linked to coordination of fiscal policies, the increase of a real European fiscal capacity. Rodriguez spoke of this, and a union budget so that we can transfer to the federal level actions to combat unemployment, as Wolf suggested, and also something which is linked to increased integration and mutual monitoring. I'm not using the word federal, but it is what I have in mind. And the awareness, either way, awareness of this political leap forward in quality, or else carried by inertia, we need to get ready to face the risk of considerable turmoil in the political situation. Thank you, Kausi. Hans Nickenbach has the floor now.
President, in the Fiscal Compact, 25 member states stated that they agree with stronger budgetary oversight. And on the basis of international law, they also agreed on debt breaks and transposed that into their national laws. I think that all of us together should take this compact very seriously. Mr. Bartel already said that in 2015, Germany will, for the first time in 40 years, have a balanced budget. No new net borrowing, no tax increases. I think this has really created trust among the German population, and as a consequence, it helps to create stability. We believe that this is the best contribution that can be made to financial and economic governance in the EU. And we also believe it is important to comply with contracts and treaties. The mutualization of debt in the EU, be it with the redemption fund or new kinds of bonds are nothing that we support, and we don't think they can actually be implemented because a bailout solution, as was already said, is not in line with the German constitution, as has been stated by our constitutional court. So no matter what kind of government would make such a decision in Germany, it will not be accepted by the constitutional court. Mutualization of debt will be forbidden by the German constitutional court. And I should also say that we believe we have a European obligation and a commitment, and this is why the German Bundestag agreed that they want to stabilize the Eurozone by adopting the ESM and the Fiscal Compact. All of these decisions were backed by a broad majority in the German parliament. We are very happy that the complaints that were taken to the Constitutional Court were rejected by the court. The Federal Constitutional Court said that the help based on solidarity, which is the ESM, and the tools that go with it are acceptable. And by making that judgment, it pronounced itself very much in favor of the EU. It also said that the structure of the ESM is in line with the German constitution, and we hope that the immediate recapitalization of financial institutions can happen on that basis and in the context of the banking union. We will adopt the banking union in the autumn, and we can be sure that this will again be taken to the Constitutional Court. Given direct financial support to financial institutions is something that can be decoupled in the future. I think this is a major progress. At the same time, the promise of ECB President Draghi to do whatever it takes to save the euro is very ambivalent. Because what if the markets consider this an invitation to test whether he's serious? And we know that markets will at some point want to test his statement. That might create some problems concerning the responsibilities of the ECB. So all of us should make sure that we bring down our debt and avoid that test from ever taking place, because I really do believe that it will be very difficult to make that test work.
Grazie.
Thank you for this statement. Before giving the floor to the next speaker, I'd like to take the opportunity to make a point during the discussion. While it is natural and very correct from their point of view that there are countries who don't want to share the debt, pool the debt, I do want to I want to point out that there are not countries that want to assign large parts of their tax income to new fund or to accept supranational automatic pilots that manage their economic policy. In the same way that while it is comprehensible, there are many reasons for countries to emphasize the need to respect current rules. On the other hand, there are reasons for other countries, and I want to emphasize this, stress that it should be assessed whether the current rules are working properly or not. And unfortunately, beyond the opinions of each of us, the facts of the crisis which we can see in Europe, including countries which are engines of the economy, should lead us all to undertake a critical analysis of the existing rules. But I'm sure that in this discourse we'll be listening to many voices who will enrich our view. And now I give the floor to Samsa Kataya.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the explanation also. But I have always considered myself as a pro-Europe politician very much so, but to be honest, after listening to some of the speeches earlier today, not the previous one from Mr. Chairman, but earlier today, I got a bit frustrated, at least confused. Have we really not learned anything? It is not the excessive austerity tools that have put us in the threat of unemployment or inequality. It is the excessive debts that has led to all of this. We simply have eaten more than we have earned. And it is not the EU or the Commission to blame if someone is to blame. It is the previous politicians who have allowed this all to happen. And this does not mean, of course, that we don't need to find the measures to gain growth, but it has to happen within the rules that we all have agreed on. And we do have such measures. We can deregulate, we can learn from the good examples, but we cannot allow the bill to be left for our children. And therefore, after listening to the speeches earlier, I'm sorry to say I would be very cautious to deepen the binds between the member states any further. I have been supporting the tools and bargains that we have implemented so far, but we must be committed to the rules of those and put them in practice before creating any new instruments on the matter. Thank you.
Grazie a lei. Interviene ora il collega Paolo Guerrieri.
Thank you. Now we give the floor to Paolo Guerrieri. Thank you. I think that it's positive and worthwhile to acknowledge the fact that in this debate, the previous session and in this session, we have a convergence on our assessment of the situation of the euro area. And I think that we've heard a great lot of concern. Of course, I share in that. The crisis isn't over. The euro as a currency may be safer, but we cannot say that the European economies can yet be considered to be safe. I think there's a very serious problem, and if the conditions don't change, many countries will find it virtually impossible to honor the stock of debt that has accumulated as a consequence of the crisis. So we have to accept the fact that the European economy is before a crossroads. I think there still is a way for us to give a positive response, and I think that it has also emerged quite clearly. We need to relaunch the possibility for growth and development in the euro area as a whole. There's a problem between potential and real production. We need to bridge that gap, and we need to relaunch the potential product. So 3 important suggestions have been made. We need more asymmetry in the adjustments. The countries in deficit and the surplus countries should all respect, and not only the deficit countries. There's also a big issue in terms of European-level investments. We need to be able to finance investments and create that capacity. And then I agree with what Lucrezia Reichlin has said. We need to be able to work with the banking union. There's a resolution mechanism which places too much of a load on the individual countries and does not give adequate importance to a more collective reaction. Then, of course, there is the need for a domestic reform. But this is a package that needs to be taken together. There are 4 levers, and we must use them at the same time. I think that this is the only way for us to find a positive solution to the debt issue. You can't simply say no to everything, no to asymmetry, no to a banking resolution mechanism that is more shared at European level, no to European investments. Saying no to everything means that the euro area countries as a whole will find themselves in a situation of enormous difficulty, and there will be no winners or losers. I think that this is an awareness that needs to be felt widely. I think it has been explained very clearly today. Thank you. Thank you. And now our next speaker has the floor.
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, I will start with an example with my country. You will recognize some of these problems. Croatia has a number of key issues, namely the reduction of government spending, public spending, inability to strengthen the public investment, strong fiscal consolidation, structural reforms in progress. Very important issue is that only a small number of people in Croatia is working, especially young people. We have high obligations, high expenses for interest rates, almost about 80% of deficit. So we don't have room for further debts. Most of other member states do not have that possibility too. So it's very important to introduce new structural investments. EU funds can be stimulate funds for investments and provide guarantees for private sector, because private sector must be credited with lower interest too. We don't participate as Croatia in the Eurozone, but we believe that the issuance of common Eurobonds from countries with high credit ratings together with the member state with lower credit rating can be lower interest rates have and would ensure further exit from high interest rates we have today and deficit and public debt. Solidarity between member states in the Eurozone and others outside the Eurozone is crucial and we think necessary. I know some of colleagues will not agree, but united Europe and solidarity is on the top of European Union. In particular, these instruments should be available to all member states because we will all enter into Eurozone in the future as soon. Thank you.
Grazie a lei.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christophe Caresh. Thank you, Chairman. After the excellent presentations, which I found very interesting, I think that we can take stock of how far we've come since 2008. Although European countries have reacted late very often, and despite the fact that they have often shown that they were in disagreement, they have nonetheless managed to adopt a certain number of mechanisms, and at times they've gone much further than the rules that they have given themselves actually required. I don't have time to go into the details, but some of the decisions of the European institutions clearly today appear to be iconoclastic compared to what could have been envisaged only a few years ago. And I see that as very positive. We also have the Fiscal Compact and the Article 13, a discussion on regulation, I've been told, will be deferred. I would like it to come to an end because it's part of this point of the Fiscal Compact. But there is one area in which it's very hard for us to make progress, and that's coordination in economic policy. And my Italian colleague has just pointed out the fact that the deficit countries will not be able to adopt structural reform, reduce their deficit, reduce their public spending in a substantial way, because all of this is recessionary. They will not be able to do that if, on the other hand, they aren't countries that run a surplus and also have the willingness to support European demand and European growth. It simply will not work unless we come to an agreement on this. And I think that this is definitely one of the core themes, one of the critical areas in which we're not making any progress. And it may very well be because our diagnosis of the situation is different. But I think that having coordinated policies is not, as our German colleague said, a way of weakening the effort. Quite the opposite. It means making the effort more effective, stronger. The surplus countries also need a market. They need a European market that is efficient, that's dynamic. They need to sell their output. And so we need to move forward. And the Fiscal Compact is now facing the issue of surplus countries. And I think we need to move forward. We need real coordination of our economic policy in a way that will be positive for all of our European countries. Thank you. Thank you for this comment. And now Vicente Martinez has the floor.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, President. And many thanks to the keynote speakers. It's true that the economic prospects for 2015 are now very difficult for all European countries. Furthermore, luckily or unluckily, all European countries, and particularly those who share a common currency, have bound our fates together. It is impossible to have an asymmetry in medium-term growth. We are all going to experience the same trends, and so it's a mistake to believe that. Economic policies in Europe don't need to be coordinated. It is clear that if in 2012 Europe had not taken a decision to go towards the solution of certain countries in a united way, we would not have a euro today. It's clear that the euro was saved because we were capable of saying that it was irreversible, that no country would be allowed to fall. In this sense, it is very important to coordinate all economic policies. In my country, we believe that we need to be demanding in the process of fiscal consolidation and structural reforms. This should apply to all. But I also wish to point out that it's very difficult for us to grow without inflation. The problem is not the real GDP or real growth, but nominal growth. And there's also a question which it's very difficult to answer often. How is it possible that with the financial bubble that we have in the EU today, there's no kind of inflation? This really requires a very clear answer on the part of countries. Without inflation, in my opinion, there's no other way than increasing the growth potential with reforms. I think that is the way to go, but it has to be something which we do together, all the countries of Europe. Otherwise, if one country believes that it can progress on its own, it's going to be a big mistake, and it's going to lead other countries to face much serious problem. I'm not sure whether we can put the debt in common or not, but what is sure is that without unity in decision-making, none of us will move forward.
Grazie per il suo intervento. Ha ora la parola.
Philippe Corderi has the floor now. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président, et merci pour ce débat.
Thank you, President, and thank you for this interesting discussion on instruments, but which can't be disconnected from the debate on economic coordination which we had this morning. I think that this morning we decided that there has to be this balance between reduction of deficits, better coordination and more effective investment. And so these efforts must be complementary. The efforts we undertake nationally in almost all countries to reduce debt and improve competitiveness, therefore, must be accompanied by a real policy of growth at European level. And there's three instruments I would like to mention which are being discussed today and which I think we need to discuss today. The first one is the question of flexibility, the 3%, the flexibility of the 3% level. A lot of countries have raised this issue. In 2005, the European Union considered extraordinary circumstances and considered recession to be an extraordinary circumstance. I think we have to go further today. And when we have a growth which is close to zero and at the same time an inflation which is practically zero, these are also exceptional circumstances because inflation has an effect on our fiscal policies and on revenues. Fiscal revenues are not the same in times of growth and in times of inflation, in times of deflation. But also we need to consider the effect on expenditure, on unemployment insurance. This is an essential point which we need to deal with today. The second issue is the question of expenditure to be excluded from the calculation of deficits. For example, the EU cannot have a project for youth unemployment, but then penalise the countries who spend for this project because it has to be co-financed. I know that Italy's made some proposals, France has made some proposals, but we really need to exclude some expenditure from the deficit calculation. And third area is the area of the funding of the Juncker plan. This is something that was discussed in the first session, but the 300 billion have to be produced. They have to be invested rapidly. Have to be public and private investments, but most importantly, has to be new money which is pumped in. And this is something which reopens the question of the own resources of the European Union, making use either of euro bonds and or of other or the financial transaction tax or other measures. And I'd also like to respond to some colleagues from CDU who spoke to us about debt reduction. As my colleague Christophe Caresh said, if you have if we have a re-entry into an austerity policy in Europe, there won't be any markets for the economy. There won't be any demand, and so we have to move towards that combating deficits without stimulating growth will be negative for all the European economies. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. Now I'd like to give the floor to Alexander Damjanovic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, on behalf of the delegation of Montenegro, as a candidate country, allow me to thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this very well-organized conference, and of course thank you to the Chamber of Deputies for the hospitality. I don't want to take too much time on the end of the first day, but I don't want to talk about some inherent problems which in this moment unsolved as a gap between the European national monetary policy and national fiscal policies of EU countries, or gap between the interests of the countries for Eurozone and the other countries, or the gap between the productivities in such different economy in EU. But it's obviously there is some initiatives about the introduce of joint system of issue of European bonds. I had the opportunity to study and worked of master thesis 16 years ago at the university about these possibilities, and it's obviously the time is now for this kind of system. But I want to put some very, very brief questions to Ms. Gertruda Tumpel, because it's very good to know how did you calculate this very long and uncertain period of 20 to 25 years for the European Debt Redemption Fund, and did you calculate some average yield of interest rates? And of course, it's very good to know about some possible investors, because there is some concurrency and competitiveness between the securities for United States or China, non-European countries, and how will you secure the competitiveness of securities of debt redemption fund? Thank you.
Grazie.
Many thanks. Now we still have two speakers, and the penultimate one is our colleague Nicholas Papadopoulos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will try to be brief, as I am the last speaker, and I don't wish to try your patience. But I would like to thank you for your hospitality, and of course for choosing topics that are not only interesting, but very important for the future of the European Union. And I would, of course, like to thank the four speakers for their very fascinating presentations. Mr. Speaker, I believe that what we can take away from the crisis of the past few years is that the European Union did not have the institutions, the tools, or the decision-making processes to have avoided the banking irregularities and the fiscal irregularities that led to the financial crisis. There was no financial governance to speak of, but I would submit to you that the solutions presented so far, the Fiscal Compact and the Banking Union, have proven inadequate. They have failed to meet the goals originally set out, as they have not helped growth. They have been proven too limited, too slow, and their failure is evident because 6 years after the crisis we are still talking about ways to instigate growth. We're still talking about ways to find ways to deal with the credit crunch faced by many member states of the Union. And I believe it is useful to compare the way that the United States and the European Union have dealt with their respective crises. The United States acted fast and decisively, dealt with its banking problem first, its private debt, and then with its budget problems, and badly, in my opinion. The European Union, on the other hand, acted slowly, indecisively, and actually made things worse with this decision. And unfortunately, after 6 years, we can compare the two, and we see that the result of the various actions show that the economy of the United States is booming, despite its problems, whereas the economy of the European Union is stagnating. And what I expected to hear today was specific economic governance tools that would help us deal with our problems without resulting with more taxation, more spending cuts, and a bigger credit crunch. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to conclude by pointing out that the European Union is indeed a positive step in the right direction. I just hope that in the future the same rules will apply to all member states and not different rules applied to different member states respective to their size or their importance, because uncertainties in the rules produce uncertainties in the common currency, and I think that is to the detriment of all. Thank you very much.
Grazie a lei. E per l'ultimo intervento, prima delle repliche di...
Thank you. And now, very last statement, Mr. Giorgetti, before we have the response of our speakers. Thank you, Chairman. Distinguished colleagues, I think that the issue really is political. It's not economic, it's political. In the same hall 2 years ago, politicians like myself voted for the Fiscal Compact. I did not, but 90% did. Today, 90%, I believe, would vote against the Fiscal Compact. They would not agree. A precondition is that it's up to politics to take Europe in hand. Economists can help. We heard 4 authoritative opinions in this session. And I think there's more and more convergence on the diagnosis and the solutions as time goes by. But the real question is, what do we want with Europe? Are we ready to delegate economic and fiscal decisions to Europe? Coordination that is rule-based, as we've seen over time, has shown to be inadequate. And at times, the rules that Europe has given itself through the treaties, I'm referring in particular to monetary policy, work only to the extent that they are not respected. And I applaud the current policy of Mario Draghi's ECB, which does its best to work at the margins and not 100% comply with the treaty. Of course, I'm speaking in a rather polemic way. I'm trying to encourage a discussion. But the single currency was adopted with the idea, with the underlying idea that we would come in time to shared economic policy. And without this, the governance issues that we have facing such a huge economic crisis, there's a risk of not being productive. And it's not true that Europe hasn't tried to give a solution to the issues of unemployment and the need for economic growth. What is true, though, is that all attempts have not really given any results. So at the end of the day, either we, the politicians, can decide what sort of Europe we want and give Europe the governance that Europe needs for that. And when we speak of the United States or Japan, we think of sort of models. Otherwise, we can't think that the governor of the European Central Bank will be able at all times to find a solution in our place.
Davvero ringrazio tutti I colleghi per la...
Thank you. I'd like to thank all our colleagues for all of these comments and contributions to our debate, often very lively comments. And we concluded on a provocative note. I would like to invite now our speakers to select a small number of points to address in their response and remind them that they have 3 minutes each. We'll start with our first speaker, Gertrude Thunberg.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the very interesting comments. First of all, maybe the more technical ones on the issue of the assumptions. You will find them in the slides I had prepared for today, but they were not shown here. Of course, investors would buy instruments where they have confidence in the governance and confidence in the likelihood that that would be paid back. On the issue of the debt redemption fund, of course, joint and several guarantees are more attractive than pro rata guarantees, but the likelihood that joint and several guarantees are given, I think, is very low. On Lord Harrison's question, the euro bills, can they be constructed as a temporary instrument? Just to say that Graham Bishop was member of our expert groups. His views are very well reflected in the report. And in theory, you can create a temporary instrument. You can always have a sunset clause, but in practice, it would be more difficult to abolish an instrument after a few years. I think we should be aware that the economic outlook has darkened during the past few months more than we had assumed or could imagine for various reasons. Therefore, we need a multifaceted approach towards growth. I think it's important to use the instruments we have already, the EIB and also regional institutions. I think there is a need for public sector investment, but of course we need also the confidence in the private sector, because the public sector alone cannot address the issue. The more confidence is created in the governance of Europe or the euro area, the easier it will be to get also sufficient long-term financing. And one of the problems of the highly indebted countries is that they are rolling over their debt in with very short duration and maturity. And on the issue of bank loans and the difficulty to get bank loans, it has become more difficult than in the past, also due to the new regulatory environment. But I know more banks which would be ready to lend more, but that there is clearly a lack of projects and initiatives. Therefore, the most important point is to have a clear strategy, to have it communicated, also to have it credibly defined and worked out, not only as a general objective, but really with concrete measures. And listening to the debate this afternoon, I'm once again very much convinced that the economic models we have in our minds and heads are very different, and as long as we cannot find a minimum consensus, it will be difficult also to find a credible strategy.
Grazie.
Thank you, Mrs. Tumpel-Gugerell. Now we give the floor to Professor Reichlin.
I tell you that this is my first parliamentary debate, and it made me very sad, because I was hoping for an Italian trying to say we need more fiscal austerity, and for a German to say we need less fiscal austerity. Instead, it was entirely predictable. So this means that we have a problem, that we need a common narrative and maybe different ideas, but the common narrative is not there. So let me talk about that, and let me make two premises. One premise. First of all, I don't like debt. Second, I don't like bailouts. Third, I believe that the Germans are right when they say that there would be a timing consistency problem in just forgive the debt once and for all, because if it happens once, it may happen again. So this, I completely agree with that point of view, and this is where I start from. However, although I don't like that, we do have debt. And we have debt partly because of the crisis. Part of the debt that we have is the legacy of the crisis. And in the build-up of that debt, we are all responsible, the lenders and the creditors. So once we have this debt, no matter what is your analysis, it's there. We have to deal with that. And so there are several solutions. And we try one, and the solution that we tried was Greece. In front of when the Greek problem came out, we had an alternative, one solution, which was the market solution. Let restructure and possibly let Greece exit the euro. We did not go for that solution. We had an alternative solution, which was the Greek bailout. We did not go for that solution. We chose a third solution. The third solution has some cost. It was messy, it created uncertainty, it created contagion, it got the ECB involved indirectly by financing governments, by pricing irrealistically Greek bonds in the collateral policy, etc., etc. So the question is, if another debt crisis would materialize now, let's say Italy, let's say Portugal, let's say whatever, what would we do? Would we go back and repeat the Greek solution or the Cyprus solution, or would we try to do something else? And shouldn't we try to be timely, not to wait until the last minute, until the crisis is with us to find a solution, because most likely we will be behind the curve at that point. Shouldn't you try to think within the rules that we have what we can do? And now I come to the other point. I mean, we have history to guide us, and I think Paolo Savona gave us some examples. Typically, I mean, a lot of people say, well, one solution for solving that crisis in history has been inflation. Actually, this is not even true, okay? Inflation as a solution in developed economies has been a very rare event. In developing economies, we have had inflation or default. In developed economies, most solutions have been trying to repay the debt in a long, long time. UK after the war, France between the 20s and the 30s, you know. These debts were very high, you know, similar to what we have these days, but they were repaid with a long time in a kind of in a situation in which interest rates were kept very low, and in which there was a lender of last resort which could guarantee this low interest rate, and at the same time there was some kind of sustained demand, which in this moment in the euro area we don't have. And since we don't have it, inflation is actually going down instead of going up. And when inflation goes down, real interest rate goes up, and this is bad for their sustainability. So this is the problem we are facing. This is why I think that there is some value in what was an original German proposal, that debt redemption comes from the German Council of Economic Advisors, in saying, let's have a mix in which on one side we redeem part of the debt, but also we have some rules for the steady state which are actually market-based. If a country then, you know, goes beyond a certain level of debt, then we will have to go, that we will have to have some rules allowing restructuring. So I think that whatever we want to, there are lots of details, lots of proposals on the tables, these are all problematic stuff. But in the future, I would be very, very surprised if the euro area would not give itself some kind of mix between redemption and the market solution. And, I don't have any responsibility these days, so, I mean, I'll leave it to your capable hands, but I am pretty sure that something like that will happen. Okay, so I will leave it like that. Thank you.
Grazie, Professor.
Thank you, Professor Reichling. Mr. Wolf has the floor.
Yes, thank you for all the points. I would like to just pick up 3 points. I mean, I think the first important point to my mind is that we need trust among each other, and part of the trust depends on implementing what we have jointly agreed. And so I do see that there's quite a need to actually implement what we agreed in terms of fiscal policy, but also in terms of the national reforms. When there are council decisions to reform and to do certain structural reforms, I think we should take those suggestions and those recommendations actually quite serious, because it is a matter of trust and creating trust among countries. Now, the second point is that we should be also not naive and think that only doing these kind of things will be enough and will help us coming out of the current situation. We do need nominal GDP growth. And nominal GDP growth essentially consists of 2 things. One is inflation and one is real economic growth. Now, on the real economic growth, I really think the kind of structural reforms that were discussed and that the Commission is also recommending need to be implemented. But there's also the dimension of nominal GDP growth, and that's basically a question of the ECB. And I do think the ECB has been quite late in many of its decisions, and that has caused problems. And I think it is an issue we should address. Last point, I think we need to discuss about a positive European agenda, and that is a positive European agenda that could create productivity, but that could also have a lot of different other dimensions, and in a sense it's quite sad that we haven't been able to discuss at all what is our common objectives, right? I mean, here we are, European citizens from different countries, parliamentarians from different countries, and we haven't been discussing, you know, what are the things we want to actually do together and achieve together, and I think that's really quite telling and quite sad. We had the Polish finance minister recently at our institute giving a speech, and he argued for public expenditure for defense. Isn't that something we should have a debate on, European defense spending? One could also discuss digital networks. Shouldn't we talk about a European plan to really create European digital networks to bring our societies to the 21st century, which they aren't in many cases? So all of this could be a positive agenda that would, of course, imply some resources, but that would also create growth and also create positive stories to citizens, to young citizens. And I think we really should add this to the mix. The rules are necessary. They are necessary for trust. They are necessary also for trust to markets. But we need a positive growth agenda as well, and I think the two need to come together, because otherwise we may end up in a quite a bad situation. Thank you.
Grazie anche a lei.
Thank you. And now Professor Savona for his last response. I'll follow on the last words, reminding all that the European Parliament rejected the Fiscal Compact directive. It proved to be wiser, and countries such as Italy, which were under a speculative attack, then would have had a hard time not ratifying. But I'd like to make a point that I think is important. If we can leave this whole reassuring our German friends, and they will forgive me the use of the word friends, since they are parliamentarians and therefore in a very different situation to my own. But I don't understand the German word, which was translated in mutualizzazione in Italian, and which was then repeated by a Spanish colleague. Mutualizzazione Italian means a sharing of debt. And in Italy, no one has asked the other European countries to convert, or rather to share in Italy's debt. What it is asking for is to find a solution that isn't rigid with perverse effects, such as I tried to argue, and as set out in the Fiscal Compact. So you have to leave this whole with this firm understanding. And the term mutualizzazione, said in Italian, this sharing, the pooling of debt, is not appropriate. I've had teachers from different schools. Karl Brunner taught the students that the problem of economics is to avoid imbalances. When you, however, end up in a situation that is marked by imbalance, as is our case, you have to be very careful in the way you exit that situation, because the way you leave a situation in balance can be even more harmful than the imbalance itself. So I was very happy to hear what Senator Guerrieri said when he clearly pointed out that you can't say no to everything, because otherwise the consequences will be paid by Europe as a whole and by every individual European country as well. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, and I thank all of our speakers and all of those who took part in the debate or listened to our debate. We've come now to the end of this first day. Colleagues may have time to go back to their hotels. At 8:30, the coaches will be leaving for Villa Madama, and that is where we will have our official dinner offered by the Presidency of the Chamber of Deputies. However, if you wish, at 8:30 there also will be another coach leaving from here, and the costs of this will not be mutualized. We will start again very early tomorrow at 8:45. I invite you all to please arrive on time, because we have a very heavy agenda for tomorrow. Thank you, and see you all later.